Bonnie Blythe slammed the door of her '87 Chrysler New Yorker and headed towards the woods. She loved coming here. It was a way to clear her mind and think at the same time, and she had a lot to think about today. She looked at her phone. It was 3:30, plenty of daylight to get lost for a while. She wouldn't actually be lost. She walks this trail several times a month. It was like her own private wooded area. She'd only ran into someone else here twice. Bonnie stepped onto the trail, looked back at her car, and felt for her keys and phone through her jeans. It was a chilly day, but that didn't bother her at all. The exercise would warm her up. Plus, if she had the choice, she'd rather be cold than hot anyway. As she tried to enjoy her surroundings, she could only focus on one thing: her cat, Jonesy. She wanted to work her way up to this, but it was already here, barreling through her mind like a freight train. Her sweet little guy had bone cancer, a tumor on his face. By the time she noticed and went to the vet, it was too late. The cancer was spreading to other areas. They told her that he could live for another 6 months to a year with proper treatment, but Bonnie knew that when she saw his quality of life drop below a certain point, she would put him down. It wouldn't be fair to make him suffer because of her selfishness. Why does he have to die? She thought. We didn't get enough time together. Bonnie felt the wave of emotions swelling, and it was definitely going to crash. It couldn't be stopped. She sat down on a smooth boulder and let it go. She was glad that nobody was around, but not because what they would think of her. She was fine with showing emotion. People say that crying is a weakness, but Bonnie knew that they had it backwards. Being able to appear weak in front of other people and not give a shit is strength. She was glad nobody was around because she didn't want their sympathy, their words of encouragement, or to have to hear, "I'm so sorry." She stood up, wiped her eyes, and continued on the trail. The noises of nature that surrounded Bonnie Blythe helped soothe her mind. The birds called to each other, the insects played their instruments, and the wind blew through the rustling leaves. She could hear the creek somewhere in the distance to the left. This trail crosses that creek up ahead, and that is where Bonnie usually turns around and heads back. But she wouldn't today. Trying to keep her mind off of Jonesy, she thought about other things in her life. The shark, her shitty car that she bought last year for $300. It's a beater, but it runs. Her dead-end job that bores her to death and hardly pays. Her family, who all live in another state and rarely interact with her. Her shit-show love life, which is nothing but games. Plus, it's hard to open up to anyone when they can't even have a goddamn conversation. Her small studio apartment that would be so empty without that damn cat. Eventually, it always comes back to him. With each step, the sound of rushing water was getting louder. She approached the creek, but before crossing the fallen tree, she spotted a fish chilling just downstream from a bend. She squatted down and watched it, and the longer she did, the more she admired its behavior. Look at how this pea-brain is dealing with life. It's using the current to its advantage, not fighting it. It's just relaxing as food passes by. I need to do that. She stood up, crossed the log, and continued up the path. Bonnie pulled her phone out. It was 4:44. It would be dark by the time she got halfway back to the car, but she decided to go further, go deeper than she ever had. At around 5:30, Bonnie sat against a stump and enjoyed the sunset through the trees. The mixtures of purple and orange were lovely. Orange, like Jonesy. She first met Jonesy outside of a Walmart. Some kid was giving kittens away. When she looked into the box, 3 of them were wrestling, and one kitty was calmly sitting in a corner, and that was him. She scooped him up and took him home, and they loved each other from then on. She taught him to shit in a litter box, and he taught her patience and responsibility. She provided food and a place to sleep. He gave affection and companionship. They benefited from each other. The moon was out now. She had lost track of time. It was a full moon, and everything was illuminated. It was beautiful. She pushed on, and the trail started to disappear, like it was slowly being swallowed by the woods, and before she knew it, it was gone. Bonnie still moved forward, but decided she would turn around soon. She glanced to her right and saw something weird in the distance, a light moving. Several trees were blocking her line of sight, but she knew she saw something. Bonnie altered course and headed that way. She maneuvered through the brush and between the trees, and sure enough, light was emanating from something. In fact, it was several lights. They were dancing. Bonnie Blythe made it through the thick brush and stepped into a clearing about 20 feet from one side to the other. In the middle stood a massive tree that had a wide split going about halfway up. Blue orbs were fluttering around the tree. Bonnie couldn't figure out what they were until a swarm of them advanced to the clearing from deep in the woods. They were like fireflies, but they were blue and bigger than the fireflies she'd seen in Tennessee. The bugs started spiraling around her, encasing her, and they were flying closer and closer. Watching the blue streaks rapidly pass in front of her eyes was an incredible sight, like nothing she had ever seen before, but it started to make Bonnie feel drunk. Suddenly, the swarm dispersed and retreated into the woods, except for about 50 of them. The remaining fireflies started to swirl in front of the tree. They got into a formation, 3 rings rotating against each other, a spellbinding spectacle of spinning circles. If this were a video game, there would be something very special here. Bonnie stepped closer to the tree. There was something in the center of the rings. The bugs were pointing something out to her, a glassy, mirror-like ball in the middle of the split. She was totally hypnotized. Her head was swimming. She noticed a vanilla-like aroma and wanted nothing more than to touch the reflective sphere. She stood in front of the tree, and her hand reached out, almost like she wasn't in control of it. When she finally made contact with the ball, she was surprised that her fingers actually dipped into it. It felt like jelly, and a tingle traveled up her arm. Bonnie started to slowly come out of her daze, and when she tried to pull her hand back, she realized that it was stuck. She pulled as hard as she could, even leaned backwards with all of her weight, but couldn't get free. It wasn't until she used her foot against the tree to pull that she noticed something. A stem was starting to protrude from the top of the split in the tree, and on this appendage were several more smaller, gooey spheres. The more she struggled, the more the arm came down above her. Bonnie started to panic when she felt a sticky globe touch her forehead. She started thrashing all over the place, even though she knew she shouldn't. This was the beginning of the end. The appendage was clamping down on her. It twisted her down and to the right. She let out a muffled scream of pain and terror. She ended up in the fetal position, and before the force broke her back, urine and feces filled her pants. Her intestines soon followed, like squeezing a tube of toothpaste. The arm was fully constricted, and it was literally holding her off the ground upside down. What actually killed Bonnie Blythe was cardiac arrest. She was squeezed so hard that there was no blood flow to her brain or heart. Her final thoughts were of her sweet Jonesy, who would give him his medicine, who would feed and water him. The harsh truth was that nobody would. 6 days later, after Bonnie's corpse was slowly consumed by the acidic reflective jelly, the strange tree started to excrete its waste through its bark. And that night, the beautiful blue fireflies danced into the clearing to feast on it. The appendage steadily unfurled and returned to the safety of the split, to restore itself and prepare for the next victim. Nature always provides, and it doesn't matter what life form wanders into this clearing, they cannot resist the presentation. The tree and the fireflies wouldn't be able to survive without each other. It's a match made in heaven. A perfect relationship. I was running as hard as I could, crashing through trees and brush, rocks zinging past my head as I went. My pursuers were howling like wolves, taunting me as they got closer and closer. "You're not getting away. You're fucking dead," Billy called. He was probably right. I was new to town, the gangly son of a single mother trying her luck somewhere new. I was extremely shy and very clumsy, an easy target, in other words. On my first day of school, Billy and his crew had taken an immediate interest in making sure I felt as unwelcome as possible. He body-checked me in the hallway, knocking me off my feet and onto the tile. Nobody had ever done anything like that to me before. I'd been so surprised that tears welled in my eyes. "He's crying. Can you believe that? Fucking loser," he laughed, pointing at me as his cronies joined in. Stan, Earl, and Freddie made up his gang of punks, all eager to impress Billy. They were needlessly cruel, the epitome of all bullies. They always seemed to find times to torture me when no one else was around. Their ruthless antics constantly kept me on my toes the following weeks. The day before I was running for my life, I had made my way into a bathroom stall, only to see Billy's sneakers appear under the door. I pulled my feet up as he crouched down, looking up at me and laughing wickedly. The next thing I knew, lit firecrackers were being tossed in at me. I fell to the disgusting floor as they exploded all around me, terrified. His crew kicked the door open and snapped off a few pictures, hooting and jeering while I tried to pull up my pants. This was the last straw. I did what everyone said would make me a dead man. I went to the principal to report him. Principal Wiltshire was dying for somebody to come forward about Billy. It seemed everyone was too scared to.
"Tyler, you can rest assured he will pay for this. Thank you for being brave and coming forward,"
he had said, putting a hand on my shoulder. I had never been so humiliated, never felt lower in my life. I wanted to see Billy fry. As word spread about the school about what had happened, people came to me to do one of two things: thank me or warn me about the ramifications. Billy had been suspended for 2 weeks, which I learned would really set him off. A boy named Greg came to me at lunch the next day, asking if he could sit down with me. He was the only person who had sat with me. Everyone else gave the dead man walking a wide berth. "I admire what you've done, but I really think you should watch your back. Billy's father is really rough on him. If he has to spend a couple weeks at home, he's going to get it pretty bad. When he comes back, he'll be out for blood." I tried to convince myself that Billy wouldn't dare to touch me again, but it made me nervous. It hadn't done much to deter his gang. Stan and Freddie had gym with me, turning a soccer match into a full-contact sport. After I hit the ground for the 10th time, Stan loomed over me and issued me a warning. "You better be quicker this afternoon. Billy knows which way you walk home," he threatened, grinning down at me. Sure enough, as soon as I was far enough away from the school, Billy strolled out from behind some parked cars. His lips curled into the most evil smile I had ever seen, a freshly busted lip staining his yellowing teeth red. I turned and fled, my legs feeling too wobbly to support me. I didn't get very far before Freddie popped out, reaching for me and getting a hold of my book bag. I stripped it off and kept running, panicking, starting to sob as I tried to keep going. I knew they would catch me. They were much faster. I didn't know where I was going. I tried losing them by running into the forest. Their approaching footsteps told me it hadn't worked. The first rock hit my shoulder. The next ricocheted off a tree in front of me and hit my hip. Several more followed, a few finding me. Billy had closed the gap between us to about 10 meters. I had been looking behind me, trying to see where he was, not seeing the danger in front of me. I left my feet and flew headfirst over a ravine, falling and colliding with rocks as I tumbled my way downward. I let out a low moan when I reached the shallow stream at the bottom, rolling over to look up at Billy and his crew standing on the edge. "Fuck you," Billy cried, throwing more rocks down at me. A few landed close. I covered my head. I tried getting to my feet as they attempted to maneuver their way down the cliff. Sluggishly, I kept moving onward. My sense of direction had been thrown off, and I didn't know which way to go. I stumbled on, not hearing their lumbering footsteps coming after me yet. I made it a long way before I couldn't keep going. The sun was setting. I was getting deeper and deeper into the forest. I finally decided I had evaded Billy, taking a moment to catch my breath and think. I laid down on the forest floor, looking up at the darkening sky through the branches. A strong wind was starting to make them sway. A strange rattling sound somewhere in the distance made me sit back up. I tried to recognize the sound, listening closely. It sounded like wind chimes, meaning I had to be close to someone's home. I gingerly rose to my feet and followed the musical clacking sounds, hoping to find help. I traveled for a few minutes, finally seeing a light from a cabin window in the distance. I staggered toward it. The wind chimes were incredibly loud now. They must have been right over my head. I looked up, curious about what could be rattling so loudly. I gasped, tripping backwards and falling to the ground. I had no way of preparing for the sight above me. About 20 human skeletons hung from trees, puppet strings attached to their limbs, all swaying grotesquely in the wind. I stifled a scream as I saw the cabin door opening.
"Who's out there?"
A gruff voice called out, coming from a stout, balding man. He swung a lantern in front of him, scanning his property. His face turned into a ghastly smile as his eyes finally met mine. I couldn't get up fast enough. The shock I had suffered made my aching body betray me. He was upon me quickly, grabbing me by the hair. I yelled for help, desperately thrashing at him.
"Do you want to be in the puppet show, boy?"
He snarled, dropping the lantern and taking a hold of my collar, shaking me back and forth. I tried to fight him off, but he was much stronger than me. He dragged me backwards toward the cabin. I kicked wildly, trying to free myself from his grasp. As he pulled me up the steps, I caught a glimpse inside. More of his homemade puppets were suspended from the ceiling. Unlike the ones outside, these were in various stages of decomposition. Their skin was coming off in clumps, hanging off of them, and melting onto the floors. Their skeletal smiles peeking through their decaying faces. The stench made me gag. The horror of it all had frozen me. The man let go with one hand, reaching for a long club that was propped up against the wall. In my desperation, I pulled a wooden chair towards me with my feet, trying to use it to shield myself. He giggled at the futility, smashing the club through the back of the chair and laughing giddily. He was rearing back for his next swing when we both heard it. "You think we won't find you? I can see your tracks. I'm going to slice your face off," Billy's voice echoed from outside. The puppet man put the club down, looking back to me with glee.
"Oh, you brought a friend,"
he said, delighted. His grubby fingers tightened around the club's handle, and he crept to the doorway, peeking out into the night. I silently picked up a piece of the broken chair, trying to conceal it behind me. The puppet man turned around, lowering the club.
"Come here. Call him over, now,"
he whispered, beckoning to me. I kept the piece of chair behind my back, cautiously making my way to the door. "Will you let me go if I bring them here? There are 4 of them." His eyes were glinting with joy. He bared his blackened smile at me, sliding his gray tongue across his teeth.
4, you say?"
He pondered, looking at me for a long moment. I got ready to strike, planning on stabbing the jagged end of the wood right into his jugular.
"We have a deal, lad,"
he finally said, extending his dirty hand for me to shake. I took it, trying to release myself from his grasp quickly. He moved aside, allowing me to pass. I leapt down the steps, getting away from the mutilated puppets as fast as I could. "I see you, you stupid fucker." Billy came rushing at me. I swung the chairpiece at him, stabbing it into his eye with all of my force. He fell to the ground, screaming. I kept running as the rest of his posse appeared, swarming around him. "Holy shit! What the hell?" I heard Earl say as he noticed the skeletons hanging from the trees. I looked back to see all of them gazing upward, not noticing the puppet man coming up behind them, his club raised above his head. I looked away before he brought it down on them, their screams echoing in the forest as the sickening thud of the club sounded again and again. I was lost, running a chaotic, disorganized path through the woods. I was never really sure how I returned to the ravine. I finally made it back over and was able to find my way home from there. I tried to get the images of the rotting corpses hanging from strings out of my mind as I lay in bed that night, but the thought of Billy's limp body dancing around whimsically brought a smile to my face. I knew I would return to see the puppet man. I hoped he would put on a special show for me once I got there. We didn't have much to do. Not in Cairo, Georgia, anyway. That's Cairo pronounced with a K. Cairo. Not like the one in Egypt. Instead of pyramids, we had our beloved Cairo High syrup makers. Besides those Friday night lights, we didn't have jack shit. Just an old theater and a downtown museum. Not much us 12-year-olds could do, even this close to Halloween. After all, I was in that awkward life cycle. Too old to trick-or-treat, but too young to get shit-faced in ugly costumes. Trapped between heaven and hell. Like juvenile prisoners, my friends and I reported to Washington Middle every day. Then on the weekends, us 12-year-olds ran wild in the small city limits, entertaining ourselves as best we could. There was me, Bryson. I was chubby back then, far from tall, far from the man I'd become. But I was still a handsome kid with light hair and a friendly laugh. Of course, not until 10th grade did I shed the baby fat and start dating girls. In middle school, I just watched football and R-rated comedies, not to mention raising hell with my best friend, Blake. Blake was a scrawnier version of me, maybe the stupider version as well. I may have been country, but Blake was well on his way to becoming a pure Cairo redneck, aside from the messy black hair and loud southern voice. Blake was also more outgoing than me, the leader in our two-man army. As a couple of small-time delinquents, we did most of our damage at school. Washington Middle, a dumping ground for our wild antics. Mr. Haskell, our English teacher, particularly hated us. He was a writer who never wanted to teach, and Brad Haskell called us out in every single class, always with his dark sense of humor. Needless to say, he was a horror writer, and honestly, he was our favorite teacher for being wacky rather than strict. But like robbers getting more confident with each heist, Blake and I's enterprise soon extended beyond our shitty education. When Mom and Dad dropped me off at the theater, my Friday nights went from cheap horror movies to pot and running wild downtown. Blake and I would walk through cemeteries, make prank calls. Together, we'd turn Broad Street into a ding-dong ditch dungeon. And Halloween was the perfect time for us. The fresh autumn air gave us fuel for our endless energy. The scary decorations a beautiful backdrop for our asshole antics. There were always fun things to do. Whether it was the hayrides or haunted houses in Colquitt and Stanwick, the local thrills and chills gave us a reliable high. A Halloween high that dominated our Octobers. But there was one Cairo legend we hadn't quite explored yet. One dare we'd never confronted. Yeah, we'd been to Miss Gacy's abandoned farm. At midnight, we'd trespassed onto the Holton Street Slave Cemetery. But throughout our friendship, Blake and I had never gone to Clive Burke's house. Mr. Burke was a small-town weirdo. Like a haunted castle, his 2-story brick house stood alone in the back of a large lot. The tall trees and high grass formed a fence for his eerie fortress. Clive's house surrounded by only a graveyard of abandoned lots and stores. And for the last 40 years, he lived all alone. Burke's home represented the final spot on our Cairo checklist. Out of all the haunted hotspots, abandoned locations, and weird areas, Burke's was all we had left. And during October, the house was especially notable for its Halloween decorations. There were the tall scarecrows in his trees, the rubber bats by the mailbox, handmade wooden mummies and werewolves lining up and down his dirt driveway. And above all, he had an abundance of glowing jack-o'-lanterns surrounding his home. From the front porch to the windowsills, jack-o'-lanterns lit all night and day, all year. Not once did Mr. Burke take those decorations down, and no one ever asked him why he left them up. Everyone too scared to go out to his yard. And when Halloween rolled around, the decorations only got scarier. Our parents always gave us the lecture on Clive Burke. He wasn't the boogeyman, just an eccentric older guy, a wacky, fruity artist from Colquitt. He hadn't left Cairo in 40 years, or left his inheritance. Burke's old family home was now his tomb. We were told Mr. Burke was in his 60s, that he had long, stringy black hair and wore baggy dark clothes. Burke was tall, eccentric, his intense hazel eyes complemented by stark white teeth. But Blake and I didn't know for sure. After all, we never saw him. Not once did Clive leave that house. Everyone said that Mr. Burke was harmless, but those decorations still freaked us out, especially the pumpkins. From afar, they lurked like hovering orbs off in the distance, and they looked so much brighter in the fall, so much more alive. Their glares were harsh, and their smiles carved wide open to scream with mocking laughter. But tonight would be different. Blake and I would finally visit the old Burke house, and on Friday, Blake and I met at the Cairo Theater, our alibi perfect. Stay late watching the new Kevin Hart movie before walking back to Blake's mama's house. We were alone and had the night to ourselves. Both of us dressed in our standard gear of jeans, Aeropostale tees, and skinny hoodies. Here it was, the second week of October, and Blake and I were all set to kick off the Halloween festivities. A quick game of ding-dong ditch with one of Cairo's weirdest residents. This was our biggest challenge yet. Confidence pulsated through Blake and I. We'd even managed to get a few 8th grade girls' numbers. Got a chance to smoke a cigarette in the high school campfire of parked pickups right outside the theater. We felt like hot shit, and felt even hotter once we snuck out the back exit. The strong wind no chance against our rising excitement. Holding our cell phones, we strolled down the city sidewalks. Under the darkness and dim streetlights, we walked past Broad Street's empty stores, past the smiling witches, the cackling inflatable ghosts. Blake and I's playful banter and forced chuckles were a weak way to feign toughness, especially the further we got, the more isolated we got, and especially once the sea of shacks and derelict buildings gave way to Mr. Burke's cryptic castle.
Oh shit!
Blake's high-pitched southern accent squealed. He pulled me to the edge of the dirt driveway, the mailbox more dilapidated than a neglected tombstone. Already, I felt waves of unease. The bitter wind whisked through my soul, and Blake and I were just getting started.
Come on, Bryson.
Blake shouted, no hint of caution anywhere in his voice or demeanor. Not for us 12-year-old troublemakers. I am, my own high-pitched voice shouted back. Blake stopped in the middle of the driveway. We stood in darkness, nothing guiding us except our phones and Mr. Burke's field of Halloween decorations. The glowing creatures and many jack-o'-lanterns looked brighter than ever, their smiles wider, all of them seeming to stare right at Blake and I. The mummies, The scarecrows and the pumpkins all watched us, as if they were part of Mr. Burke's personal scary security team. And through my anxiety, I realized the yard was their permanent station. They were always here. Playful, Blake punched my shoulder.
Hey, you're going with me, right?
I stared into Blake's wild eyes. He shook from excitement rather than the chilling weather.
Don't bitch out, Bryson.
He added. Nodding, I pulled my hoodie in tighter. Yeah, I said, trying to stave off my stutter. I just don't want to get caught. Blake cackled with glee, the exuberance of a career middle school crook well on display.
Hell nah, we ain't.
He punched my shoulder again.
Let's get his ass.
With that, Blake took off, and I let him lead the way. Our feet waded through tall grass, scrunched huge leaves. All I could hear was a howling wind, Mr. Burke's black and orange wind chimes, and my own beating heart. Up above, scarecrows glared down upon us like gargoyles. This close, I now saw how big they were. Life-size scarecrows, some in modern t-shirts, some in old suits and dresses, their handmade hats made of sharp straw. None of the guardians looked very friendly. These weren't the hayride strawmen from downtown Cairo. These scarecrows were the guards of a cornfield from hell. The late-night breeze gave the other decorations literal life. The mummies, the witches and zombies, even Dracula. Their slow movements made for an eerie taunt, and they still watched us as we made our way to the front porch. Sticking his arm out, Blake stopped us a few feet from the door. There were no lights, nothing except the insane arrangement of jack-o'-lanterns. Big jack-o'-lanterns positioned all around the house, on every windowsill. Together they provided enough candlelight for a cult ceremony. Faded black paint covered the porch and its rickety steps. Rather than rocking chairs, there were two more scarecrows positioned by the tall red door. The pair dressed like an elderly couple, complete with raggedy farm clothes and straw hats, straight out of the Great Depression. Cute by day, creepy by night. The windows around the door revealed another row of those jack-o'-lanterns. Blake and I were greeted by the same crooked smiles and carved eyes. They were our terrifying audience for the night, and witnesses for the stupid crime we were about to commit. Desperate to avoid the glowing glares, I looked over at the red door, over at the entrance to Halloween Hell. Next to it, a small doorbell awaited us, as did whatever lurked inside Mr. Burke's house. Another chill ran down my spine. The wind chime's slow chorus made me scan the yard once more, at all the creatures of the night. They were still watching us, and somehow the decorations seemed closer. I felt Blake's harsh tug grab my arm.
Let's go, bitch.
Nervous, I pulled away from him. No, I muttered. Blake confronted me, his anger offset by a childish playfulness.
Come on, Bryson.
Nah, I think we should go, I said. Annoyed, Blake tilted his head back.
Whatever.
Trying to stay on Blake's good side, I reached toward him. Let's wait and do it tomorrow. Chuckling, Blake approached the porch.
Nah, I ain't no chicken shit.
I started to follow him. Blake,
Just stay there, chicken shit.
Blake teased. Like a defeated soldier, I stopped by the front porch, surrounded by sinister scarecrows and monsters, surrounded by nothing but the autumn cold and my own chills. I folded my arms. The nerves ate me alive.
Hey, watch this. Watch this, Bryson.
Blake said. Struggling to battle the breeze, I faced Blake. His boyish grin shined through the dread, as did his rebellious spirit. The wind chimes behind me roared through the night. The wind only grew heavier, but my eyes stayed glued to the sight before me, toward Blake. With mischievous malevolence, Blake crept up the creaking porch, right past the towering scarecrows.
Watch me, bitch.
He hollered out, his southern scream and ferocious footsteps the only sounds through the silence. Cautious, I took another step. my curiosity a catalyst for my spectating. The old scarecrow couple stared straight at me, straight into my soul. "Blake," I whispered. Giggling, Blake reached toward the doorbell.
I got you.
He struggled to whisper. "Blake!" I cried. Through the worry, I placed one foot on the stairs, letting the step groan beneath me. And then the loud doorbell erupted, an orchestral ring. Displaying a wicked grin, Blake faced me, his smile wider than ever, his eyes wilder than ever.
Let's go.
He yelled. Like a wild animal descending upon helpless prey, the male scarecrow reached out. Their movements stilted, their face stilted, and their grip vicious. My heart sank. My chills turned crippling. Within seconds, the scarecrow wrapped their wiry arms around Blake. Blake's cries a shrill siren no one would ever hear.
Bryson,
Blake yelled in desperation.
help me.
But I stayed frozen in fear, more helpless than an elderly ding-dong ditch victim. Trapped in the scarecrow's grip, Blake struggled to break free, his ferocious squirms useless.
Bryson!
He screamed. The door creaked open. Bright light from inside blinded me, the candlelight so immense. So many more jack-o'-lanterns waited inside. From what I saw, the sneering pumpkins populated the whole house, and together they threw a spotlight on the scarecrow, on the tall, lanky figure, the dark cobwebs of hair dangling from under his straw hat, his eyes even darker, his smile so cryptic and white. Sure, I'd never seen the man. I'd only heard about him. Mr. Burke, nothing more than a figment of Blake and I's wild imagination, almost a Cairo myth. Only right now, Clive Burke was a terrifying reality, and within seconds he dragged my best friend inside the house. Mr. Burke never said a word, his steps quick and precise, even as Blake's screams swirled through the night, up until the door slammed shut behind them. Simultaneously awestruck and horrified, I staggered forward. "Blake!" I cried. Like knives, the wind pierced through me as I ran up the porch stairs. The candles illuminated my heightened fear. I turned the locked knob, banged on the heavy door, but I got nothing, only silence. "Blake!" I screamed. Frightened, I looked all around me, but I was alone with Mr. Burke's scarecrow wife. Her gaunt gaze was fixated on me, and so were all those jack-o'-lanterns. Their grins horrified me, their collective fire blinding. Their triangular eyes further fueled my panic, their eyes of many colors. Now closer, I faced the windows and got a good look at the inside of the house, at every single spot in Mr. Burke's homemade pumpkin patch. What I saw wasn't orange, nor were there any loose seeds or hollow yellow guts. These were human heads, rows and rows of them. The more moldy pumpkins, nothing more than rotten flesh. Their horrified eyes and screaming expressions made all the more ghoulish by Mr. Burke's carving and craftsmanship. The only signs of life in each of them, a flickering candle shoved deep into their excavated skulls. These weren't just innocent decorations. Together, they formed a corpse collection Mr. Burke had spent decades cultivating. Clumsy with fear, I stumbled away, straight into the old woman's scarecrow. Instead of brisk softness, I collided into a cold cadaver. I felt the woman's bony hands press against me. I could see her purple dress sticking to a decaying body. The stench so awful. Yelling, I jumped out of her dead grasp, and then the woman's entire head tumbled off. The burlap sack of straw landed at my feet, the only part of her body that was actually a scarecrow. My horrified eyes stared on at the severed neck, at the dry blood drenching the dress collar. Like more decorations, live spiders and worms burrowed deeper into the neck gore, desperately seeking shelter after losing their roof. Shivering, I felt tears well up. I couldn't utter a scream, not even a horrified whisper. My gaze darted throughout the yard, toward all those other scarecrows, all the other victims. An agonizing creak pierced through my panic. I whirled around, and in eerie slow motion, the red door swung all the way open. Now even more light hit me, the brightest, biggest candle yet. My trembling gave way to an avalanche of tears. My soul went still. Fear latched onto me. And there, my best friend's terrified expression stared back at me. Not even the fresh slices could conceal Blake's scream, nor his eyes wide open in pain. Placed right in the doorway, Blake's severed head was Mr. Burke's scariest Halloween decoration yet. Cleo winced slightly as the harness bit into her shoulders. Coming out of FTL was always the worst part, even with the inertial dampening systems. There was no way to fully insulate the ship from the sudden deceleration. Everything had to be strapped in, or it would likely go flying, and that included people. Unlike crates and cargo boxes, though, her skin screamed in pain every time she jerked against the thick nylon straps. The whirring sound of the engine spinning down filled the ship. She reached down, snapping the harness open, and slipped the slings off to the side. Then she leaned forward in her chair and began to punch the buttons on her visual display. Her fingers drummed over the screen with practiced, easy speed, and the holographic displays of the in-system objects began to pop out of the console. The darkness of the cockpit was quickly replaced by the green glow of the holograms, rotating slowly in front of her.
Useless, asteroid, useless,
she said, flicking the holograms aside one by one. Most of it was crap, small asteroids and comets, jetsam abandoned in the face of pirates or police, and chunks of burnt-out flotsam so degraded that it wasn't worth the fuel cost of hauling it.
Jesus Christ, why did you even bring me here?
The computer buzzed and the hologram of the ship's AI popped out of the dashboard.
The sensors detected valuable metals and high-grade, processed electronics. The probability of there being valuable salvage, like from a ship, is 88%.
Yeah, whatever. 88% my ass.
Cleo stopped.
Hello.
Her finger paused halfway through the action of swiping away another image. She spun her hand over in the air and gently swiped it back, keeping the image in front of her.
What's that?
Scanning.
The ship beeped again, trying to track it. Cleo ignored her. She touched her hands together and then spread them out diagonally until her fingernails were touching the cool aileron of the viewport and the colder metal of the bulkhead.
That's an optical computing core,
she said to herself as the image swelled in front of her.
Charred casing, but the interior should be fine. Well, good enough for junk traders. And there's still a comm relay attached.
Confirmed. This is a Mark 7 photo-core pulse drive, produced by Innervate Tech in 2155.
I don't care when it was made, tell me where it is.
12,000 meters, Vector 57, Mark 27.
The AI read out. Cleo punched the engine button, then clenched her fists and began to guide the ship towards the wreckage. The vectoring thrusters embedded around the hull fired, snapping the limber junk craft to her every whim.
Is there any more salvage nearby?
She said as they began to bear down on the core. The computer hummed, a gentle whine that somehow complemented the melody made from the scorching bass of the engines and the staccato treble bursts of the thrusters.
Affirmative,
the AI said. More holograms began to flash up, and Cleo swore under her breath.
This is a gold mine.
Dozens of parts, ranging from small to large, were floating around in space. There were chunks of a blown computer, engine parts, relays, and internal circuitry, and even what looked to be an intact replicating printer unit.
The locations and trajectories of the debris would suggest an explosive decompression of a ship, possibly due to internal detonation,
the AI told her. Then there was another moment of humming, and the soft voice continued.
There is insufficient debris for an entire ship. It is possible that the vessel is still semi-intact nearby.
Scan for it. Find it.
Cleo said. She wasn't sure that it would pay off. After all, if there was an entire ship out there, then why hadn't the scanners detected it already? Even so, it was worth a try. Maybe, hopefully, she'd get lucky.
I'll pick up the rest of it. Plot a course.
This course will allow all debris to be salvaged for minimum fuel burn, whilst guiding you towards the probable location of the wreck.
Thanks.
Cleo focused on the course laid out for her, using the momentum of the ship to drift to each piece of salvage in turn. She heard each piece crackle as it floated through the force field, then fall down to the cargo bay floor with a clang. Each one made her smile, like a satisfied child dropping coins into a piggy bank. But she began to notice the corpses. Space was vast and full of bodies, and yet somehow, she seemed to run into most of them. It was an inevitable part of her work, she supposed, picking through the hulls of ships like a vulture. That was where the bodies were, and it was just a grim part of her job. Even so, she tried to avoid the bodies whenever she could. Floating in space wasn't exactly a dignified burial, but it was better than what she could give them. A downed shot of Jenna Brand fire whiskey, and 5 minutes in the ship's incinerator. Besides, she didn't like having to scrape the guts off the cargo bay floor. As she drew closer and closer to the likely site of the ship, though it was hard to avoid the bodies, they began to loom larger in her VR goggles. The ship, whatever it was, must have been absolutely enormous, at least if the size of the crew was anything to go by. The bodies began to multiply, groups of them drifting between the increasingly charred chunks of metal. Some were too close to the salvage to be avoided, and some were literally fused to the metal, skin burnt against steel until they melted together into a single mass of twisted, barbecue-stinking grotesquerie.
Lisa,
Cleo finally said, breaking her long, pleasant silence.
what's that?
Query nonspecific. What is what?
The bodies. Some of them have something, I don't know, it looks like rock.
Scanning.
The AI said. Another chunk of metal clanged into the cargo bay, along with a mass of body parts that would make several incomplete bodies. They slapped against the deck with a sickening thud that Cleo heard even in the cockpit. She winced, but kept going to the next point.
It is an organic crystalline material of unknown origin.
The AI finally told her.
This substance is not on record.
Is it dangerous?
Probability of toxicity to human life, 7%.
That's good, I suppose.
Said Cleo. Then another thought struck her.
Why is it glowing?
Unknown. This substance is not mentioned in the records of any ship in the theocratic realm.
How did it get here?
Unknown. The substance
Is unknown in all records? I know. Guess?
The substance may have impacted the bodies during the explosion.
Alright, that's good enough for me. Keep scanning though, in case.
Cleo said. Something was nagging at her, but she didn't say it. Besides, just then, something loomed in front of her. The ship was even larger than she had imagined. It was clearly one of the monastery ships, probably a science vessel with the secret order, if she had to guess. The military ships were always painted brighter, with chapter colors and insignias on the side. Only the secret order painted their ships jet black to hide them in the vast blackness of space.
Where did that come from?
She demanded, swearing slightly and pulling her hands back. The ship jerked a little as the braking force cut in. She almost tumbled over the dashboard, and despite the painful welts in her shoulders, she suddenly wished she had her harness strapped in.
Unknown. The ship has anti-scan technology that hides it from my sensors.
Even with the giant fucking hole in the side of it?
Cleo asked. The ship beeped.
Yes. Even with a giant expletive hole in the side of the hull.
It said. The hole was massive. It ran like a jagged scar down the side of the hull, running at least 1,000 feet long, 1/3 of the length of the ship. The worst damage was in the middle, with huge rips and tears dragging towards the stern. Cleo counted 17 decks fully vacuum exposed, and another 3 with partial punctures through the side.
Jesus Christ, what could have done this?
She said. Even as they watched, the ship tilted over, and another small cloud of bodies drifted out.
Scans are limited due to the cloaking effect of the ship.
The robotic voice paused and then continued.
Visual indications are of an internal explosion, detonating several of the internal fuel tanks. Scans of the wreckage also indicate unknown chemical accelerants fed the explosion.
Life signs?
None.
In the whole ship? Are you sure?
Cleo asked. The computer scanned again and then beeped.
Affirmative. At least 70% of the ship has decompressed. In addition, secondary explosions appear to have ruptured the ERB drive, and the entire wreck has been flooded with gamma burst radiation well beyond human tolerance.
Is the wreck still dangerous?
No. The radiation levels are low enough that your EV suit will keep you safe,
the AI said. If Cleo didn't know better, she would have thought there was concern in the robotic voice. Wishful thinking, probably.
And the wreckage?
Any salvage from the ship will need to be decontaminated. The wreckage collected so far was ejected before the ERB drive was damaged, and is safe.
Good, I'm glad.
Cleo said.
Last thing I need is a dose of radiation poisoning.
The little junk trader had almost ground to a halt. They drifted almost imperceptibly towards the vast shell in front of them. Cleo's mind was already racing, trying to work out how to profit. If the military knew that the ship was ruined, they'd be coming.
Is there a transponder?
She asked.
No.
Interesting.
That raised another possibility. If there was no transponder, there might be time for a couple more junk runs. Cleo stopped mid-thought. Something thudded against the hull.
What the fuck was that?
Cleo said, snapping to attention.
Debris impacting the hull. Several corpses.
Close the cargo doors now.
The door hissed and then slammed shut, and Cleo watched in horror as shards of metal and bloody body parts floated in front of her, thudding and clunking against the cockpit. She cut the engines entirely, groaning and waiting. Smears of blood started to cover the viewport, giving an ominous crimson sheen to the whole scene. Little by little, the cloud of severed limbs and torsos began to pass. Each chunk trailed something, floating clouds of blood droplets or semi-liquidized organs, or jagged strips of flesh. It was horrifying, but Cleo was just starting to relax again, sure the worst was over, when the body slammed into the clear Alon screen. She screamed, jerking back into the chair and tensing up. That body was completely intact, and there were far more chunks of rock embedded into it than any of the others. As the body had hit the cockpit, it had wiped away some of the blood. She could see more clearly, enough to make out the large, glowing crystal in its chest, and the dozens of tiny, diamond-like shards that covered the poor bastard's face and hands. She relaxed again. The Alon was strong enough to absorb micrometeor impacts without cracking. The body had just shocked her, nothing more. She was safe and feeling quite smug about her decision to close the cockpit.
Is that it?
She asked the AI.
Is the debris cloud gone now?
Affirmative.
Cleo stared at the body in front of her, floating a few inches away. Most bodies didn't look that good after a period of being exposed to the void. There was something almost alive about it. If it hadn't been on the other side of the viewport, she would have thought he was alive. And then, it opened its eyes. She screamed and threw herself back into the seat.
No, that's impossible.
She choked out. The body ignored her, ignored physics and biology, and all known science, all manners and good taste. The face twisted into an unholy smile. The glowing crystals were even embedded into its teeth. and as the lips stretched thinner, the glow started to leak out. It looked like a jack-o'-lantern, ghoulish and unpleasant in the viewport. A hand shot out and grabbed onto one of the maintenance rails that circled the viewport. The other hand drew back and swung towards the Alon glass. The fist slammed into the screen, leaving another, clearer smear of blood there. Cleo screamed again, and the body seemed to laugh. The fist drew back and swung again, and again and again. Cleo's scream went on until she had no air left. Then her eyes widened, and in the silence, she could hear the hiss. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. But there, in front of her, she could see it. Small cracks in the Alon viewport.
No,
She said, her voice a haunted whisper.
that's impossible.
The body smiled wider, and the fist swung once more. I'm a good pupper. That's what my mother told me, and that's what I believe. I was born during the warm months and lived with my mother in litter until the cold white blanket fell from the sky. That's when the men in the screaming and flashing cars had came and taken us from our mother and our home. They'd brought us to a bigger and brighter place with cold hard floors and wire cages, and one by one my litter mates were taken by humans. I was the last one taken, and when I whined in the night, they put me with Boney, a huge and skinny dog who was lame in one leg. Boney was my friend, and I followed him around and slept beside him too. Boney was sick though. Something wrong inside of him hurt him, had made him lame, and it was growing. He whined in the night too, from pain, not loneliness. I would lick his face and his tail would wag, but I knew there wasn't anything I could do to help him. And sometimes when he'd cry out in the night, I would whine softly as well, though quietly so I wouldn't wake him, because I was a good boy. My mother had told me so. One day, after Boney had whined all night, the woman in the white coat had opened our cage door and put a leash on him. Her eyes were wet and running, which we'd seen before. Boney had told me that when she came into our area with wet eyes and led a dog away, we'd never see it again. Boney said that the wet eyes meant she was filled with sad and bad feelings, and that she had to do something she did not want to do. When I saw her put the leash on him, I was filled with bad feelings too, and I barked and threw myself against the cage. But she ignored me and dragged Boney away, as his kind, dark eyes had rolled with fear and pain. Boney never came back. One day, a strange man had come and looked at us. People came all the time and looked at us, and sometimes took one of us away to live with them. Boney told me that we had to be friendly, run towards them, wag our tails, and bark for attention. He said that young dogs like me were usually snapped right up, but that people sometimes didn't like dogs like me when we got too much older, and that the bald, healing patch on my neck was probably why I hadn't been taken those first few months. Boney said that the hair would grow back, and that if I was a good boy, a friendly dog, someone would take me eventually, if I didn't get too big. Finally, someone did. That strange man, all by himself, with hard hands that tasted of salt and meat. His hands heavy against my clipped ears, which were still sore, even though they had long since healed. He put his fingers in my mouth and felt my legs.
Good boy,
He had said,
good boy.
but he seemed to be saying it to himself, and his eyes and smell were hard to read. I was happy though, excited to be chosen at last. Happy to be taken away from this place with its barking dogs, wire cages, and strange rituals that took my friends away when they got old and sick. And as we left that place, I wagged what was left of my bobbed tail furiously, and I happily jumped into the back of his strange-smelling boxy car, with its dark windows and soft, odd-smelling mattress. I liked my new home. The house was huge and dark, and I shared it with a half-wild cat that didn't seem interested in being my friend at all. I had a small door I could squeeze through if I had to go outside. I was fed lots of raw meat, and I loved the cat and my human too, though he wasn't very friendly, and he wasn't home very often. My favorite times were when the man would take me to the park and let me run up to certain people if they were alone. I'd jump up on them, and they would pet me. I'd lick their faces, and they would laugh. And then the man would come up behind them with a piece of strong-smelling cloth, and he'd put it against their smiling faces. Then they would grab at his hands and collapse. He'd then tie their hands and feet and cover their mouths, and put them in his car. He'd tell me I was a good boy, and I'd ride in the front with him, while they rolled around in the back, making muffled noises. I was lonely when the man was away, and excited that we had new people in the basement. But time after time, the man just took them downstairs and they would never come back up again. Sometimes I'd hear strange noises and I'd feel uneasy, and I'd go behind the sofa, hiding from the noises and the cold glowing eyes of the cat, who crouched in the shadows, chuckling to itself as its tail wagged in that odd way that it did. Last afternoon, we went to the park and I saw a small human.
Go get her, boy.
The man had breathed into my ear as he unleashed me. I ran towards the small human, wagging my stump of a tail so hard that my whole back end swayed. The human had initially looked afraid, but had then broken into a huge smile as she hugged and petted me. "Are you a good boy?" she asked as she laughed. An odd sound humans make when they're happy. My owner never laughed though, but he looked happy as he stepped up behind her and slipped the cloth over her face. Her eyes had widened, and then, before they closed, I saw it. The moisture running out of their corners. The same thing I had seen in the eyes of the woman in the white coat when she had led Boney away for the last time. "It means they are filled with sad and bad feelings," Boney had said. "It means that they are doing something they don't want to do." I felt strange. As we drove home, I could hear the human in the back, rolling around and making sounds that sounded like whimpers, and I could still see her wide eyes, shocked, afraid, and starting to run with water. The water that meant she was filled with bad feelings, and I whimpered softly to myself, but it was drowned out by the sound of the wind blowing through the car windows, and the low mumblings of the man talking to himself, as his large, hard hands squeezed the steering wheel, again and again and again. That night, I heard sounds coming from the basement. I hid behind the sofa, whimpering softly to myself, feeling strange, feeling bad. "Why are you crying, you fool?" the cat hissed, his eyes glowing like small moons. "She's just prey for the man to play with, and food for us to eat. No different than the others you helped the man bring home." The cat's voice dripped with contempt and something like hatred, despite the fact that its tail was wagging and that it was vibrating with a deep, self-satisfied purr. I didn't reply back, though I felt a sick feeling spreading inside me, a darkness growing that made my legs feel weak. Was this the pain that made Boney whimper in the night? The thing that made his leg lame? The feeling ate away at me as I hid there, and all night I whimpered like Boney had, as the cat prowled around the house, purring and laughing softly to itself. The next morning when the man left, I nosed open the basement door, and I descended into the darkness as the cat padded softly behind me. We were forbidden from coming down here, but that had never stopped the cat, and it wouldn't stop me now. We navigated by sense of smell, and it smelled bad, like the place I had come from. Fear, desperation, and other things as well. We found the small human, bound hand and foot with her mouth covered. In the faint light, I could see that her eyes were wide with fear, and as I licked her face, moisture poured out of them. I knew what I had to do, and I chewed at the ropes that bound her. It took hours to free her hands and feet, and when the ropes finally parted, she threw her arms around me, and I felt the water from her eyes hot against my neck. The cat watched us silently, with something like hate in its glowing eyes. When she was free, I led her out of the dark basement, tugging at her sleeve, and she exited through the small doggy door and tried to take me with her. But I stayed, because I am a good boy. The cat and I watched as she raced across the yard and disappeared into the tall, dark woods around the house. "You fool," the cat hissed. "You stupid fool." Then it padded away, disappearing into the shadows that were gathering in the corners of the room and spreading through the empty house. I returned to the basement, to the small room with the odd smells and discarded ropes, to the damp mattress in the darkness, because I knew the man would be home soon, and that he'd go downstairs and see what I had done. There was no escaping it, and I was a good boy. I would not hide. I descended into the darkness that smelled like meat, fear, and blood. I retraced my steps through the dark rooms until I found the place where the small human had been, where all the humans I had distracted and befriended had been bound. I sniffed at the chewed-up ropes, at the stains, and I laid down. But I was not hiding and I was not cowering. I was waiting. Because I never told you why my mother had told me I was a good boy, did I? She had told me that as I laid panting beside her, bleeding from my raw and torn throat. Unlike my father and my brothers, I had refused to fight the other dogs that the screaming men had pitted me against, and a bigger and more vicious dog had torn at my throat, ripping hair and skin away. I'd went limp, and my owner at the time had cursed at me and kicked me. He dragged me away and threw me back into the cage I shared with my mother. She licked my wounds as I laid there, panting, bleeding and whimpering. She told me that I was a good boy for not fighting back, a good boy for not sinking my teeth into my enemy's throat, a good boy for not being the killer that the humans wanted me to be. Now I'm waiting here in the darkness, thinking about what the man has made me do, thinking about his exposed throat, the delicate bones, and the hot blood rushing beneath his soft, thin skin. I am excited for him to return, because I am no longer his good boy, and I can't wait to show him what I can do. The body wouldn't stop burning. For 5 minutes they watched as the flames tried to devour it. The knelt figure was dead, of that they were sure, but it did not succumb to the effects of the fire. Megan started to freak out almost immediately, but Ryan assured her that it was just the clothes. He kicked the body over, sending the aflame figure rolling into the dirt. He kicked it repeatedly until the flames expired, and then cautiously stripped the body of its clothing, careful not to burn his hands on the heated zippers and buttons. When the corpse was completely naked, he doused it in gasoline and threw another match at it. The body instantly caught fire, and the flames wrapped themselves around it like a second skin. For another 5 minutes they watched the body burn. Megan began muttering to herself, then started crying, and Ryan paced around. They were a mile into the desert, a mile away from the highway, and Ryan was sure that the blaze couldn't yet be seen. It was nearing dusk, but the flames were short-heighted, and the car blocked them from view. He probably should have figured out some way to dig a hole in which to bury it before setting it on fire, but he was sure that no one would notice. The stretch of highway beyond them was sparsely traveled at this hour in this region, and no one passing by would bother to stop and investigate a random fire in the desert. Dry foliage caught on fire all the time, and there were no forests toward which the blaze could travel. "We're going to be fine," he said to himself, when he had lit the first match.
Ryan, why isn't it burning?
Megan's voice was shrill and accusing, as if Ryan was responsible for its preternatural resilience to fire. "I don't know, Megan. Maybe he had some skin condition or something." It was the best Ryan could offer, and he knew how stupid it sounded. Megan laughed at that, spat the noise out mockingly, and walked back to the car. The body lay on its back, eyes hidden beneath the flames, but Ryan felt that they were open, staring defiantly at the sun, that greater fire, and ignored its effects just as it did those of the fire coating its body. Ryan hadn't meant for things to go as they had gone. He never meant for the man to die. It was supposed to be a simple roadside carjacking, but the man had resisted, had not heeded Ryan's warning, and instead reached for something in the glove box. Ryan pulled the trigger when he saw the man reaching over, striking him in the shoulder. The man gasped, silently, and fell against the door. Ryan stepped back and watched as the man fell out of the car and writhed around on the road. The man crawled away from the car and towards Ryan, making faint sounds of pain, but otherwise not speaking. Ryan, for a moment, thought to help the man, but Megan kept shouting at him to hurry up, to finish it, and so Ryan shot the man in the head. They bundled him into the trunk, drove several miles away from the initial crime scene, and then turned into the desert, driving another mile through the desiccated land. They had no shovels, so digging a grave was not an option, but the man had a gas can in his trunk and a lighter in the glove compartment. The glove compartment also held an electrolarynx, which Ryan suspected the man had been reaching for, because there was nothing else besides some papers. There was no gun. Megan called to him from the car, shouting that they should just leave. She reasoned that there was nothing that tied the murder to them, and that the man would burn up eventually. While this would normally have been, at least superficially, sound reasoning, Ryan felt that something odd was at work. The flesh showed no signs of injury, and the fires fed hungrily, as if perpetually sated by the corpse. Ryan only smelled the desert air and the far-off scent of animal dung. The awful stench of burning hair, something he was familiar with due to Megan's incompetence with a hair straightener, was absent, as was the scent of burning flesh, with which he was unfamiliar, but was nonetheless sure that he could identify it if it were present. Staring at the body, Ryan felt etiolated and sick. His head swam, and his perception began shifting, making the few objects of the desert distort and twist. There was water in the car, but he didn't feel thirsty, and hadn't been out in the heat long enough to suffer its debilitating effects. He thought it could be the guilt of what he'd done, but he was not a good man. And although this was his first murder, he had done similarly wicked things for nothing more than personal gain. Wanting to be done with the ordeal, and telling himself that Megan was right, Ryan turned away from the burning body and got back in the car. Megan was sprawled across the back seat with a bottle of water on her forehead. She said she was going to nap. That was fine with him. He wanted some space to himself anyway. Darkness came gradually as he drove, and the desert yawned beside him, seeming endless, almost apocalyptically desolate. Their destination was hours away, and Ryan had no plans to stop before they arrived. At least not while in the same state, not in the stolen car of a man he'd murdered. The weakness Ryan had felt back in the desert never left him. Focusing on the road was a consistent struggle. The car made another turn, and Ryan was immediately assaulted with a blinding light. He shielded his eyes with one hand, braked, and turned the wheel into the desert, hoping to avoid what he assumed was another vehicle that had veered into his lane. The car came to an abrupt stop, kicking up a cloud of sand. Ryan's eyes burned, and he saw only white. Megan cursed behind him, and then screamed. For a moment, Ryan thought the oncoming car was barreling toward them, and his body tensed in response. But no impact came, and he only heard the sputtering of the engine and Megan screaming behind him. His vision cleared after a moment, and he became aware of an intense heat to his right. He turned and saw a man covered in fire sitting in the passenger seat. The man whose car he had taken, the man he had shot and set on fire, the man who was supposed to be dead. The burning man's eyes were pits of black, barely visible under the fire, Somehow the upholstery was untouched by the flames, but Ryan felt his body recoil at the heat. Megan's screaming had stopped, and she merely stared ahead, shocked speechless by the ever-burning apparition. Burning Man reached calmly into the glove box, retrieved the electrolarynx, put it to his throat, and leaned in closely to Ryan. The heat singed his flesh, but he didn't dare push the man away or try to escape through the driver's door. Something beyond fear held him in place, some foresight of imminent doom, or the ensnaring and unyielding chains of guilt. The black and burning pit stared into Ryan's own eyes and seemed to scorch his very soul. The face that burned stared at him for what felt like an eternity, before putting on a hideous smile. It opened its mouth, and using the electrolarynx, it spoke.
Son, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
The voice was inhuman, an electrified, monstrous, demonic sound, intoned with impressions of sorrow, anger, and a diabolical elation. Ryan screamed, and the thing afire screamed with him, mocking his fear. Megan, who had gone unnoticed or ignored by the infernal revenant, screamed again, as Ryan was bombarded by callous mimicry. The Burning Man turned to her, still screaming, and using the electrolarynx, spewed a pillar of fire at her from his mouth. The fire fell on her as if it were sentient, wrapping itself around her body, ignoring everything else. She squirmed, flailed, twisted, and writhed, but the flames were inextinguishable. Death did not come to her, yet the flames ate her relentlessly. Returning to Ryan, who stared with unrelatable horror at Megan, the Burning Man seized him by the throat and brought him into an embrace. Ryan was instantly set aflame and then thrown back against the driver's door. 3 burned within the car, 2 in unceasing agony, 1 with what seemed almost to be pleasure. 2 screamed while 1 laughed. 2 human voices filled the car with exhalations of their torment, while another matched their choral vigor with its sardonic mimicry. The car, the thing which had entwined the fates of the trio, remained unburdened by the flames. As the sun and moon did their immemorial exchange, a car drove down the road. Eventually, it turned off into that desert which seemed to stretch interminably across the earth, and drove across the dry, featureless land. After a while, a great cavity opened in the earth, and the car descended into its depths. Flames, crimson and hot, consumed the vehicle, incinerating it. Its passengers, already accustomed to the infernal degrees, were unscathed and walked together into the chthonic abyss. The hellmouth closed, and a cool wind wiped away the lingering heat. Liberty Commons apartments seemed safe. About as safe as this side of Columbus, Georgia, anyway. My wife Sophie and I moved here in February. 1 month later, and things were going well here in apartment 5. The rooms were spacious, the neighborhood nice for casual strolls. And while we had a pool, our 9-year-old son, Dean, was looking forward to taking over in the summer. There were no issues with the lights or water. And as long as the Wi-Fi was kicking, we weren't complaining. Not to mention the back window's view of the woods out back became like the nature observatory we never knew we needed. Some days it was deer, some days raccoons. Call it cheap, fun, family entertainment, and much more convenient than having to pay to go to the zoo. I never had time to explore the forest behind Liberty Commons. Then again, Sophie and I kept busy with the office jobs, the 9-to-5 HR grind. But lately, at night, I'd take a peek out that main window, look on at the wildlife and lurking green inferno. When Dean was at his grandparents', Sophie and I would open the windows to let the pot air out. and every night I'd hear those same nocturnal cries. A soft call of the wild, a delicate voice befitting a child. Maybe it was birds or bats, or maybe Sophie and I were too high to be reliable. Now here we were on another chill Friday night, the warm weather offset by our ceiling fan. The two of us laid in bed, 90-Day Fiancé, our annual drunk watch. Me with my 12-pack of Coors Light, Sophie with her Pinot Grigio. The apartment cramped and crowded, but far from uncomfortable. Call it middle-class bliss. Turning, I glanced over at Sophie's blonde hair, her smooth, pale skin. The beautiful woman I was proud to call my wife.
Did you want me to go check on him?
I asked. Sophie gave me a drunk smile. You haven't done it yet, Robert? Escaping before the berating, I crawled my chubby ass out of bed, flashed a smile at her.
I did earlier.
Unamused, my drunk love waved me toward the door. Go check on him now. Dressed in an undershirt and checkered boxers, I made the short trip. The booze not slowing me down, I entered Dean's room. Immediately, I was hit by his toy monsters, the Universal horror movie posters. What can I say? My son had cool taste, even if he was currently sick in bed with a ferocious flu. Dean leaned up, his skin a ghastly white, his scrawny frame shivering beneath the covers. Grinning, I sat right beside him.
Hey, you all right?
I ruffled my son's messy light hair. Dean coughed. Nothing scary or worthy of a deathbed.
Yeah.
In his small hands, I saw him holding his Xbox One controller.
What you playing? Fortnite?
Dean flashed a beaming smile.
Uh-huh.
I looked toward his flat screen. Sure enough, my son was kicking ass and taking names.
Well, hey,
I faced him.
give him hell, Dean.
I will, Daddy.
He chuckled. We exchanged our high five, then I staggered out, but not until I stopped at the door. I brushed aside my curly bangs to make direct eye contact.
Hey, you remember what I said, right?
I said, in my southern drawl. Too adorable to be an adult, Dean did his best anyway. He sat up straight, stole his eyes from the screen for a momentary meeting. Our identical smiles collided,
If I start feeling bad, go get you and Mama.
he stated. I pointed my finger gun at him.
Exactly.
Leaning in closer, I cupped a hand around my mouth.
And hey, if you stay up late, I won't tell Mom.
I said in a playful whisper. Dean chuckled.
All right.
Get some sleep, buddy.
Leave the door how I like it, Daddy.
Will do.
I left the door open just a crack, and then I strolled into the kitchen, still hearing the cheesy soundtrack off Dean's game. I grabbed another Coors Tallboy, my midnight medication. I popped the top, took a few reassuring swigs, got the buzz back to levels necessary for enjoying TLC with Sophie. Then I heard a commotion, a loud thud, a flurry of footsteps, all coming from Dean's room. Still holding my Coors, I rushed inside my boy's room, but all I got was a sight no parent wanted to see. Scattered bed sheets, the video game still on, an open window, and worst of all, no child.
Dean!
I shouted. Even from here, I could hear Sophie yelling, could hear her stumbling out of bed in defensive mommy mode. Not that I could blame her. Panicking, I rushed toward the living room.
Dean!
Then I came to a horrified stop. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sophie standing still in our bedroom doorway. Sophie's mouth agape in terror, too scared to scream, just like me. I stared on at the back window. My trembling hand dropped the beer. Now Sophie and I's skin went as flush as our beloved son's. There, behind that window, stood Dean. He had a poise beyond his years. All the lights from inside further illuminated our son's immense paleness, a paleness rivaling death itself. Dean's eyes stayed on us, as did his smile of fangs. Crying out, Sophie ran straight toward him, and I followed suit. The only problem was, we had no balcony or patio. We lived on the 3rd floor. Dr. Agnes Embleton, head of entomology at the Bradford Museum of Natural Science, had always had an infatuation with bugs. Even as a child, her desire to collect and study various insects from the garden was something her mother had always found rather unsettling. Creepy crawlies, her mother had called them. She would chastise young Agnes for keeping jars of crickets and pill bugs around the house, and for carrying spiders outside when the older woman tried to step on them. It simply wasn't natural, her mother told her. But young Agnes understood insects in a way that she never quite managed to understand people. Over the years, she had turned this fascination into a rather successful career. She had earned her doctorate and had been granted her own lab deep in the archives of the Bradford Museum. It wasn't much, but it was hers, and it came with a fairly substantial grant with which to travel in search of new and fascinating species. Agnes had been all over the world. She had studied cave spiders in Madagascar, treehoppers in Brazil, and giant weta in New Zealand. And she was currently on the cusp of her proudest achievement, an all but unknown species of moth found deep within the rainforests of Borneo, somewhat sinisterly named the rigor mortis moth, due to the fact that the only evidence found of its existence were often deceased specimens. It was for this reason that very little was known of the moth. Agnes had been sent to Borneo to study the species, and had returned with the single greatest discovery of her career, a living specimen. It had been gifted to her, housed in a small glass jar, by a local monk. Though her grasp of the local language was limited, she had understood that it came with a warning, a single condition, that the recipient never remove the lid. The moth was far more exquisite than she could have ever imagined. It was a mesmerizing, opalescent white, with a very intriguing pattern of glimmering eyes on its wings. While eye markings were a rather common defense pattern among moths, Agnes marveled at how these seemed to almost follow her as she moved about the room. It was a truly fascinating species, and she would be the first to actually observe and study it. She sat at her desk in the archives of the now closed museum, foot tapping to her usual classic rock playlist, as she pondered what life would soon be like for her as one of the world's leading entomologists. The archives housed various labs and offices, all interconnected by a veritable maze of corridors. Agnes loved it down here, not just because it held her own beloved lab, but because it reminded her of some mystical fortress, with its vaulted wood-paneled walls, crown molding, and marble-tiled floors. It felt almost enchanting, like the elegant halls of a Gothic mansion. She had the building to herself tonight, and how she loved peaceful evenings alone in her lab. She had only just made it back to the States mere hours ago with her findings, but she simply could not wait another day to begin documenting this new insect. Despite the warning given to her, She couldn't bear the thought of leaving the moth in that tiny jar to slowly waste away and die. In fact, she had already prepared a small enclosure for her new specimen. It was an antique mahogany terrarium she had found in a dusty corner of the archives some time ago. She had cleaned it up, and had even scoured the museum grounds with her flashlight in search of some appropriate plants and flowers to place inside. She now stood over her completed project, beaming with pride. It looked like a tiny, ornate Victorian greenhouse. Perhaps a little impractical, but it was somehow fitting to house such an elegant and graceful insect.
This is it.
She leaned down to peer into the jar on her desk and smiled at the little moth.
Your new home.
She grasped the jar tightly and loosened the lid with a sharp twist. Gently tilting the mouth of the container into the open terrarium door, she removed the lid from the jar and allowed the moth to flutter into it, where it perched atop a twig and adjusted its footing to watch her as she closed and sealed the glass-paneled door of its new prison. It gazed through the glass, as if taking in the framed bug collections lining the walls of Agnes's lab, and fluttered its wings anxiously. Agnes sank into her desk chair and rested her chin on her folded arms, gazing lovingly at her new pet.
Aren't you beautiful?
The moth shuddered a bit, flitting its wings. As it did so, Agnes noticed a small cloud of glimmering dust drift from its body, dissipating into the air.
Fascinating.
She leaned in, pressing her nose to the glass pane of the terrarium door, as she watched the small creature in wonder. She sucked in a deep breath, and nearly choked on the overpowering stench of rot wafting through the small terrarium vent. The strong smell made her eyes burn and water. She sneezed, and immediately reached for a tissue, blowing her nose. When she looked back to the terrarium, the moth seemed to be watching her almost intently. She wondered if the foul-smelling powder the moth had just released could be a possible defense mechanism to help ward off predators, and her heart fluttered at the opportunity to record her first observation of this new species. She rummaged frantically in a drawer for a pen with which to begin documenting the strange occurrence. Just as she began to scratch out a few notes to type into her laptop later, the lights went out, plunging the building into darkness. All of the equipment in the building hummed to a halt, until the music playing on Agnes's smartphone was the only sound to be heard.
Damn it.
She cried.
You've got to be kidding me.
Of all the times for a power outage. She sighed and pulled her flashlight out of her bottom drawer, flicking it on to illuminate a small circle of her bug collection on the far wall. The occasional blackout was not uncommon in this part of the city, and she had a box of LED camping lanterns around here somewhere for just this reason. She slid her chair away from her desk and made her way to the cabinets at the far end of the lab. A small headache began to form at the back of her skull as she did so. If only she could remember which cabinet she had stuffed the lanterns into. As she rummaged through the lab, she thought she heard a sound out in the hallway. She paused, listening intently. A voice, perhaps? Had someone returned for a forgotten item from their office? She peeked out of her lab, aiming her flashlight down the dark corridor.
Hello?
She called. A soft tapping sound echoed down the hallway from somewhere in the archives.
Hello?
She called again. She left her lab and took a few steps down the corridor. Surely it was just an employee she had overlooked, startled from their office by the power outage. But she could not shake the feeling of unease that was beginning to bloom in her chest. Another quick sound in the darkness startled her into almost dropping her flashlight. She felt her heart skip in her chest as she whirled the light around madly, sending shadows dancing through the hall. Had that been a muffled cry she'd just heard? Certainly it was just her imagination. As she rounded a corner, a soft crunch underfoot drew her attention downward. She raised her shoe.
Leaves.
The tile floor was littered with them. She lifted her gaze and was stunned to find that the walls were cloaked in vines and roots from floor to ceiling, as if she were no longer in the winding corridors of the museum archives, but instead exploring the jungle ruins of some ancient civilization. She blinked, her mouth agape. How could this be? Was she dreaming? Upbeat music drifted down the hallway from her open office door in eerie discordance with what she was seeing. Beneath the music, she heard a soft tapping somewhere farther down the corridor. "Hello?" she mouthed silently into the darkness, scarcely aware of the fact that she had not actually spoken the word. Her pulse thundered wildly in her ears, and she had the distinct feeling that anything could sneak up behind her, and she would not even hear it over the pounding of her own heart. She spun frantically in the darkness and screamed as her flashlight fell momentarily upon a hunched silhouette as it darted around a corner up ahead. The beam of her flashlight pinned on the corner where the figure had disappeared. She pulled in her breath in short gasps as she desperately tried to hear over the sound of her pulse in her ears. As she watched, an eye peered around the corner, approximately 2 feet up from the floor. She could not see enough of the face to determine what she was looking at, but there were live specimens enclosed in multiple labs throughout the archives. Perhaps an animal had gotten out. Agnes raised the flashlight, hoping to illuminate whatever it was. As the light fell across the squirming shape, it seemed to shrink away. Whatever it was emitted a sharp clacking sound, like dry sticks being slapped together quickly. Agnes shivered as the noise intensified, echoing off the surrounding walls, shrill and piercing in the stillness of the empty archives. It had to be a loose specimen from one of the biology labs, but what on earth was it? She inched cautiously forward, her movement causing the creature to duck back out of sight. As she leaned around the corner, the shrill rattling ceased abruptly, and a pale shape launched itself at her with a frenzied shriek. She caught a glimpse of fangs and claws and scrambled back around the corner, taking off down the hallway. As she ran towards what should have been the stairway leading to the main entrance of the museum, the terrain became more and more unrecognizable. The familiar oak molding and marble floors gave way to dirt and stone, punctuated by the towering trunks and gnarled roots of massive trees, cloaked in vines. She could hear the footfall of the strange creature behind her as she ran blindly, slapping vines and cobwebs out of her way.
This can't be real. This can't be real.
She cried breathlessly to herself as she fled. Ahead, she saw a break in the trees, a clearing. Her panicked brain told her to run for it, so she did. She could tell that she had put some distance between herself and her pursuer, but she did not dare glance over her shoulder to see how much. She knew that without obstacles, she could gain speed. She simply had to make it to the clearing ahead. She broke through the tree line, and immediately her heart fell. It was not a clearing at all. It was a cliff. She skidded desperately to a halt at the edge of the yawning cavern. Panting heavily, she craned her neck to look over the edge. It was a sheer 100-foot drop into a raging river, pocked with rocks and debris.
Oh no. No.
She spun around. She could hear the creature tearing through the brush, rapidly catching up to her. This must be a dream. It had to be a dream. She glanced over the edge once more, at the rushing water far below. If this was a dream, there was only one way out. She had to startle herself awake, she rationalized. Through the tree line, she could see the dark shape of the creature barreling toward her, whipping the underbrush as it made a beeline for its prey.
Only one way out,
she told herself. And as the creature broke free of the bushes, she took in a deep breath and stepped back off the ledge. She felt her toes leave the edge, and in that instant of frozen weightlessness, she saw not a cliff amongst jungle, but the moonlit roof of the Bradford Museum of Natural Science. She managed only a small cry of surprise, the last sound that would escape her lips before the wind sucked the breath from her lungs as she plunged down into the darkness. Her body was discovered on the steps of the museum by a passerby the next morning, twisted and broken, her face still bearing the look of shock and bewilderment. The museum remained closed in the following days, pending the investigation, but in the end it was determined to be a suicide. Those who knew her could not imagine why she would do such a thing. Such a bright young woman, they whispered amongst themselves as they read the news. She had such a promising future. What could have driven her to throw it all away? Deep within the archives of the museum, in Agnes Embleton's darkened office, the moth perched in its enclosure, peering out at the stacks of books and papers, and the rows of petrified insects pinned in lines behind glass upon the walls. It flitted its wings, releasing a fine glimmering silt into the air around it, and waited. Drug dealing is one gigantic occupational hazard. I think I always knew that deep down, but in our youth we feel invincible. It doesn't matter if you carry a Glock or a rocket launcher, the Grim Reaper eventually collects his dues. For drug dealers, death usually comes earlier rather than later. Still, it's natural to think the rules don't apply to you. That guy who got his head blown off in a drug deal gone bad? Couldn't possibly be me. I'm quick on the draw. That one girl who wasn't hauling in the profits her boss wanted, then got switched into prostituting? I'm not a woman, so I'm in the clear. Those junkies who had their own little French Revolution rose up and decapitated their neighborhood dealer like he was King Louis XVI. We work in twos now for that very reason. And the junkies responsible were skinned alive to make an example. No chance in hell that history will repeat itself. But I was wrong. Like I said, drug dealing is one gigantic occupational hazard. Any number of things can happen. What happened to Falk, though? I didn't see it coming. There's no way I could have. Something like that is damn near impossible to wrap your head around. Monday through Saturday, Falk and I went to our alley on the harbor and dealt drugs. As Falk's understudy, I was responsible for packing dinner. Falk was responsible for teaching me the ins and outs of managing unruly skells. That's what Falk called our junkie clientele. I looked it up once. Urban Dictionary defines skell as a lowlife, non-bill-paying, possibly crack or heroin-addicted being. We dealt a lot more than crack and heroin, but the low-life, non-bill-paying part summed up the people who Falk and I sold to almost perfectly. The rainy night that everything fell to shit, a Friday, Falk had just finished beating a skell within an inch of his life. Falk was fucking huge. When he wasn't dealing, he was either lifting or pounding the heavy bag in his boxing gym. His arms looked like tree trunks. The dude Falk had just finished beating the shit out of now had a face that resembled raw hamburger. Falk dragged him by the scruff of the neck to the mouth of the alley we dealt from. He called in the hearse, and then we waited for them to pick the guy up. That's what we called the black sedan that prowled our territory, the hearse. On the other side of tinted windows were high-level lieutenants of the Kingpin. I'd never met the people inside the hearse, nor had I met the dude who ran the whole operation. Falk said I would eventually if I kept up the good work. After the hearse picked up the half-dead Skell, Falk jogged back to our spot, excited as a kid at recess.
What do we got? What do we got?
He asked, rubbing his hands together like he was warming them over a fire. It was dinner time. I grabbed my plastic lunch pail and pulled out that night's meal.
You sneaky little devil,
said Falk, laying eyes on it.
My favorite.
I'd made 2 peanut butter sandwiches on Wonder Bread. I'd also packed 2 snack-sized bags of Fritos, 2 Cokes, and a large Ziploc bag full of apple slices, sprinkled with cinnamon and sugar.
You remind me of my mom,
said Falk.
I feel like a schoolboy all over again.
He took his sandwich and unwrapped the cellophane. He lifted one piece of bread, inspecting it. I noticed Falk's knuckles. They were gummed up with the junkie's blood. Pink valleys were torn into the flesh, thanks to repeated contact with the junkie's now missing teeth.
You know me too well,
Falk said, shooting me a coy smile.
Creamy peanut butter or bust.
I cut the crust off too.
Hey, I was about to mention that. I notice you, man. You'd think I don't.
Although I'd warmed up to him over time, Falk still scared the shit out of me. When he wasn't pissed off, he was gentle as a teddy bear. When he was mad, he was violent as a grizzly in heat. Every night before going out to the harbor, I said a little prayer that I wouldn't fuck up and end up on the wrong side of his boulder-sized fists. Dudes who beat Skells half to death, then eat their crustless white bread creamy peanut butter sandwiches like nothing happened. Suffice it to say, they make an impression on you. We ate dinner, sitting on the curb like we always did, talking about Netflix. Falk had become a huge fan of Bridgerton. His favorite character was Eloise. He said she'd have been his choice if he lived in Regency-era England during the season where debutantes are presented at court. I thought of telling Falk that if somehow we managed to time travel across the pond to the early 1800s, we wouldn't have been royalty. There were dudes who fucked up Skells and dealt drugs back then, too. But I decided against ruining his little fantasy. I let him tell me more about how his type of chick was sarcastic, cheeky, and most importantly, brunette. Various clientele came down the alley to pick up drugs. Every time, Falk sent me jogging to the drop spot to grab their fixes. Heroin, coke, meth. We had it all. But a few of them asked for the special sauce, or the sauce as it was called. It was a new drug on the street, a powerful hallucinogen that supposedly packed one hell of a body high. As the adage goes, a dealer never dips into his stash, so I'd never tried the shit myself. But I couldn't deny that I was intrigued by what people said about it. The sauce came in little Ziploc packets. It looked like the gooey gel inside cold packs, the kind they used in boxed dinner kits. Legend had it among the dealers in our network that a batshit oceanographer had discovered the sauce. He found a new species of deep-sea jellyfish. Then, for some unknown reason, he licked the fucking thing. But he got high as balls, his body thrumming like a rogue vibrator, his mind transported to wondrous otherworldly vistas. Realizing the sauce was the best thing since fried rice, he figured out a way to harvest the shit and sell it to the cartels who supplied drugs to the likes of Falk and me. Someone heard the legend from someone who heard it from someone else. Dealers spent a lot of time talking. Standing in a cold, wet alley gets dull real quick. We're chatty as a group of cat lovers in a sewing circle. But business was booming. The sauce, Skells fucking loved the stuff. Falk and I kept talking about Netflix shows long after we'd finished our cinnamon sugar apple slice dessert. Given that Falk was about to run out of Bridgerton episodes, I told him that The Crown was similar, if somewhat less steamy. Then 2 people showed up at the mouth of the alley, interrupting our conversation. Even at a distance of 50 yards, even through the buckets of rain dumping down from swollen clouds overhead, I could see that they were shaking.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ,
said Falk.
I need these motherfuckers like I need a hole in the head.
We both had radars for addicts with the shakes. It meant they hadn't had a fix in a while. Could have been due to poor planning. Could have been due to not having any money. Desperate addicts, in my experience of dealing drugs, are almost always trouble. As the skells came closer, I noticed that it was a guy and a girl, maybe in their mid-20s. They were wearing raincoats with the hoods pulled up, but their faces were slick. It couldn't have been rainwater due to their hoods, so I chalked it up as sweat. But as they came closer, I saw that the shit on their faces was glassy, like their skin had been smeared in hair gel. Falk stood up. I stood up too. As the skells came closer, I noticed a rotten stench about them. Their heads looked large and swollen, like sponges soaked in water overnight. I noticed that their eyes looked strange too. Milky, almost blind like the eyes of dead fish. "That shit you gave me," yelled the guy, his voice trembling. "The sauce. It fucking fucked me up, man. You gotta help us." Falk shook his head, then he cracked his knuckles.
"Wrongo,"
he said.
"I don't gotta do shit. You need to head back out the way you came."
The girl looked even sicker than the guy. Something was leaking through her pants. I thought it was piss at first, but then I noticed it was thicker. More of the gel shit that was covering their faces was trying to force its way through the stitches of her rain-soaked jeans, splitting the hem. She wasn't just shaking, she was convulsing. I heard a rumble in her guts. Then, a throat full of thick, viscous liquid poured out of her mouth, mixing in with the rivers of rain running across the pavement. Falk grimaced.
"What the fuck is wrong with you two?"
He reached for his phone. He was getting ready to call the hearse, but the guy moved forward, almost drunkenly, and fell into him.
"Back up, motherfucker. You're giving a rash."
Falk forgot about the phone and reached for his piece, which he always kept concealed in his jacket pocket. Suddenly, the guy started vomiting out the same sizzling goop the girl had. It spilled onto Falk's Timberlands, eating through the yellow suede leather. I watched as Falk's eyes went wide, his face contorted in pain. Looking down, I noticed that the vomit had eaten through the leather of his boots. Now it was eating through his feet, skin peeling back from the bone like patches on a week-old sunburn. Steadying himself, Falk pulled out his gun, pointed it at the guy's head, and pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening. It split the silence of the alley. A flash of light erupted from the end of the barrel, dissolving into the falling rain like a quick lightning strike. The guy's head vaporized into a misty pink cloud, but no handgun I'd ever seen did that kind of damage. I realized that the bullet had only popped the swelling balloon that had been the guy's head. Out of the tree stump of his neck, the goop he'd been vomiting out bloomed upward. He fell back due to the gunshot, but more of the goo continued pushing through his neck stump like a mushroom in time-lapse. Falk turned on the girl, but she was already ready for him, and she'd begun changing. Her skin had stretched, like a garbage bag filled with a week's worth of unrefrigerated sludge. She was taking a new shape, similar to the guy Falk had just shot in the head. Her clothes began to sizzle away as more of the goop forced its way out of her pores, her nostrils, her eyes, her ears, and any other orifice it could. An amniotic gush blasted from between her legs like a burst pipe. Falk's eyes were peeled in terror. What had formerly been a 20-year-old girl had become a strange alien creature. It glowed in the darkness of the alley. It shot out two massive tentacles in a swift motion, a left and a right, and wrapped them around Falk's body in different directions. The sound of suction cups making contact. The tentacles constricted, snakes with a mind of their own. Falk would have screamed if he could draw a breath, but he was being crushed, becoming blue. His eyes on the verge of popping out their sockets. His bones, still covered by skin and muscle, made a series of muffled snaps. Falk's clothes had sizzled away too. Whatever the creature's arms were made of ate through the fabric and began sizzling through his skin like hydrochloric acid. Suddenly, the creature's arms ripped away in opposite directions. In contrast to the suction cup's pucking sound, I heard a machine gun series of cracks as Falk's spine twisted, then broke. I watched in slow motion as his skin unstitched itself, busting at the seams around his eyes, the corners of his mouth, the pit of his belly button. His frowning, crimson anatomy hung there for a moment, twin sheets of skin torn free from the ream of his body. Then the creature dropped him. The bottom and top hunks squelched onto the rain-slicked pavement. Behind me, the guy whose head Falk blew off, the creature he'd become, rose up, slithering over to its mate. I fell on my ass, backing away on my hands. They came closer. I looked into their strange, dead eyes, into an alternate dimension a billion light years from Earth. A strange language, something forbidden, something human beings weren't meant to hear. The words dug into my brain like parasites, coating my synapses with the same strange substance of which the creatures were made. I felt suddenly aged, like a block of cheese past its prime. In a few short seconds, I learned secrets of the universe that human beings are simply not meant to know. Ancient truths that shave time off your life just by knowing them. But by some divine stroke of luck, my head didn't explode. I waited for my death, and waited some more. But it didn't come. And when I finally opened my eyes, the creatures were gone. All that was left was the two halves of Falk's body and a trail of slime leading to a gutter nearby, not far from where we'd eaten our dinner an hour before. Reaching into the charred remains of Falk's jacket, I grabbed his phone. I did my best to avoid looking at his gory skeleton, at the rags of flesh that still clung to the few undissolved bones. I found a contact, the hearse. I called the number, and a man answered.
What is it?
Falk, I said. He's...
Be there in 5.
5 minutes later on the dot, the hearse pulled to a stop next to me, its headlights cutting through the dumping rain. The passenger window rolled down. A man stared out. He looked angry and inconvenienced, like I'd just taken a piss in his morning cereal. He leaned out and looked at Falk's body.
What the fuck happened to him?
There were 2 skells. The guy in the passenger seat nodded to whoever was sitting behind him. Doors on both sides of the hearse opened. 2 men got out. They opened the trunk of the car, got out some garbage bags, and quickly went about their work. Stuffing what remained of Falk's body into the bags, they cinched them shut, loaded them into the trunk, and got back into the car.
Go home for the night,
said the guy in the passenger seat.
We'll be in touch.
They gave me Saturday off, but I didn't sleep a wink. My apartment wasn't far from the harbor. All I could do was stare out the window in the direction of the alley where Falk had met his end. The language of the creatures echoed in my head. And as the words sounded, I experienced the same visions I had in the alley. Visions of faraway worlds, of horrifying truths, and the fate of humankind. I felt crushed under the weight of knowing. By the time Sunday rolled around, by the time I got the call from my employer, I'd pissed my pants 3 times, sweat through a dozen sets of clothes, and cried so much that my tear ducts dried up. In the years I'd worked with Falk, I'd seen a lot of scary shit. Junkies rotting in doorways, callous dealers murdering skells without remorse, dead prostitutes with slashed throats, stuffed into dumpsters like they were nothing more than errant trash. You name it, I saw it. But before that fateful Friday night, I'd always been convinced we were alone in the universe. Denizens of a rock floating in the middle of space, the only intelligent life. A biological accident hell-bent on killing itself and ruining the world in the process. I was wrong, and seeing the other things that lurk in the dark corners of our universe taught me the true meaning of fear.
You ready to go to work?
The call had come from an unknown number. It was my employer, who I'd never met. A woman. I always assumed Falk and I worked for a man. Go to work?
Those drugs aren't going to sell themselves.
What about Falk?
Who's Falk?
You know, the guy who was mentoring me? The one that got ripped in half in the alleyway by an alien creature. Despite all the things I wanted to say, I kept my mouth shut. I was scared by what I'd witnessed, but I also feared wronging the people in charge.
Oh, right,
said the woman.
Yeah, that was a real shame, but we need to keep up the supply. The harbor is one of our most popular locations.
The truth finally dawned on me. I was stuck in this line of work, maybe forever. What started as an innocent desire to earn a little extra money had turned into a career that would last until the day I died. Dealing drugs on behalf of powerful people wasn't the type of thing you retired from.
Oh, and if anyone asks for the sauce, we stopped selling it. Pitch them on our China White. We just got a new batch in. From my understanding, it packs a pretty good punch.
I showed up at the alley a few hours later. Rain was dumping down, just like it had been on the night Falk and I encountered the creatures. A kid was waiting for me, maybe 15 or 16, standing almost exactly on the spot where Falk had been ripped in half. The kid had a plastic lunchbox in one hand and a big, excited smile on his face. "My name's Richie," he said, sticking out his free hand. "Nice to meet you." I shook it. It was either clammy or slicked with rain, maybe a combination of the two. In either case, past the excitement, I saw that the kid was nervous as hell. "I'm ready to learn the ropes," said Richie. "I heard the other guy you worked with quit. I want to step in and do a good job." Falk quit. That's what they told the poor kid. They neglected to tell him that Falk had been ripped in half, and that they'd stuffed his body in garbage bags, which, I hazarded a guess, had since been submerged in concrete. It was just like Falk said. He'd told me that someday, if I kept up the good work, I'd get a promotion. I never imagined it would happen the way it did. That night, skells came and went. A few of them asked for the sauce. I told them we didn't sell it anymore. I pitched the China White like I'd been instructed. A few took the bait. Others inquired about the rest of our stash. Everyone went home happy. It was like the sauce never existed in the first place. Dinner came around. The kid and I sat on the curb just like Falk and I always had. "Hope you like deli sandwiches," he said. "That's what's on the menu tonight. But you just tell me what you want going forward. I'll make it happen. As the kid chattered, and I ate mouthfuls of turkey, butter lettuce, and too much mayo, I thought of Falk. I thought about his love of peanut butter sandwiches, but I also thought about the gutter where the creatures had disappeared after killing him. I couldn't take my eyes off it. You know it's not even true, right? The kid had noticed me looking at the gutter. It's just hippies being hippies. What the hell are you talking about? The plaque, he said. What it says, it's not true. Same as global warming being a hoax. Same as thinking recycling makes a difference. It's all bullshit that hippies come up with. They scare us into believing. They want to take over the world, that's what I heard. The kid must have sensed that I still didn't know what the hell he was talking about, because he stood up and beckoned me to follow him. I did. We came closer to the gutter. My pulse was pounding. I wanted to be as far away from it as possible, fearing what I'd see inside, but I couldn't help my curiosity. When we got close, I saw the metal plaque above the gutter the kid had told me about. Like I said, repeated the kid, smiling smugly. It doesn't actually. Oh, but it did. If you only knew, kid. The creatures had jumped in and headed home. Not to some far corner of the universe. No, they stayed right here on planet Earth. I saw that the plaque was etched with the image of a fish. It was also chiseled with 5 words. No dumping. Drains to ocean. After reading this, I hope you understand why I couldn't tell you what happened earlier. Last week, my dad came into my room, right after I'd gone to bed. He told me we would be going on a surprise camping trip next week, but not to tell anyone else. I thought I was being rewarded for good behavior, but then he kept talking. He said the woods were dangerous, that they hid even more dangerous creatures. He told me we'd be within sight of our house, but in the territory of the worst monster of them all, the Lashakil. He told me about how it could stalk its victims for days before deciding to strike. The creature was massive, yet its steps made no sound. It could turn invisible at will, so it was absolutely impossible to see it coming. My dad went on about how the Lashakil had long knife-like claws. They could slice through people like there was nothing there at all, so it was absolutely impossible to defend against. He said that the worst part of the Lashakil was its tongue. When attacking someone, the monster would shoot its tongue out and wrap it about the victim's throat. It would squeeze and squeeze until its prey's head was purple, all the while ripping and tearing at the body. So this horrible creature was absolutely impossible to survive. But there was one way to avoid it. The Lashakil only hunted those that it knew were aware of it. I didn't understand at first, but Daddy made sure I knew how to be safe. He kept talking until he was sure I understood. Every night that week, he came in to tell me another story about the Lashakil. Each story had a different protagonist, but all went the same way. Someone would hear or see the Lashakil. They would try to fight it or tell someone about it. Then everyone mentioned in the story would die horribly. I didn't sleep very well that week. Sometimes I stayed awake for hours while listening to my parents argue. My mother didn't like how the bedtime stories were keeping me awake. She wanted to know what exactly I was being told. But wisely, my daddy wouldn't tell her about the Lashakil. During the stories, my daddy told me if I saw any monsters, that I needed to keep quiet. I would be hurt if I screamed. I also needed to keep my eyes focused on something else, like if I came out of our tent and the monster was there. I needed to focus on a tree in front of me and walk away from the monster. And I needed to be careful not to acknowledge its victims. They were easy to spot since the Lashikil never ever killed cleanly. So I would need to pretend I saw nothing. I would have to pretend I heard nothing. Worst of all, I could never ever tell anyone about what I saw. If anyone asked me about anything that had to deal with the Lashikil, it was very important that I lie and say everything was fine, even if it was a teacher, doctor, or policeman. Otherwise, I would likely be visited by the Lashikil that very night, and whoever I told would be next. I still wasn't sleeping the night before our camping trip. The stories weren't bothering me as much, but that night felt different. I heard something big storm through the house. My mom screamed a lot, but eventually all noise stopped. I spent the rest of the night shaking in my bed, repeating to myself,
It was nothing. Nothing happened.
It was a relief and surprise to find my dad alive when he opened my door early in the morning. He had a fake smile plastered on his face. I followed his lead and got ready as cheerfully as I could pretend. Honestly, I'm proud of how well I disguised my fear. I left the house without breaking my smile. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the horrible mess in our living room. I even recognized my mother, sitting up on the sofa, her neck so darkly bruised that I couldn't miss it, even when my eyes weren't focused on her. This is why I couldn't tell you, the other nurses, or even the detective what had happened. I'm only risking this because I'm pretty sure the Lashikil can't read. Don't dare bring it up to me in person, though. As for what happened next, I struggled to keep from crying. I focused on flowers sitting on the kitchen counter, then a box of candies that was leaning against the vase. Both were new, and probably presents from my dad to my mom. In fact, he sure had been nice to Mom all week, when they weren't fighting at least. I made sure the gifts didn't go to waste though. I used them to distract me until I walked past, and began focusing on the front door and then my dad's truck outside. I felt better once we were by ourselves in the truck. My dad's calm, mundane chit-chat reminded me of what was important. I wanted to be just as strong as my daddy was. We spent the day in the woods. It was scary at first, but not much happened. We hiked, we fished, we collected rocks, and I even climbed a tree. But there was also a lot of sitting, without much to talk about. I kept thinking about what had happened the night before. I didn't know if other people were coming to clean up all the mess. That had been my biggest concern about returning. We were getting ready to spend the night when my dad saw flashing red and blue lights at the house. He told me it was time to go home and to break down the tent. As I was putting it in the truck, I heard the noise I had been dreading all day. My father screaming. I knew that it was unlikely that my dad would survive ever since he told me about the Lashikil in the first place. He had to have known that too. My dad is a real hero to have sacrificed himself for my survival. I even saw the Lashikil out of the corner of my eye as I hurried past my prone father. Its hulking brown mass was on top of him and slashing with long knife-like claws. Obeying my father, I kept focused on our house as I ignored his yelling and walked the rest of the way to our home. It wasn't until later that I even realized what his last words were. He had been begging me to get the spray can from the bed of the truck. At first I was horrified to remember that he was asking for help, but I realized that if I had listened to him, I'd be dead now. After all, it's not like mere bear spray would help against the Lashikil. I held my family close, watching in horror as the Galactic Crusaders went about their violent work. My friend since childhood ran at them, gun in hand. He was vaporized. One of the soldiers held his oldest son, while another, their leader, scalped him. The conqueror-in-chief added the trophy to his bandolier, a bandolier of scalps.
Stop resisting,
He said.
You have lost. Let us show you mercy.
Mercy for the thousands they'd already butchered in the invasion. Mercy for the millions who'd become slaves.
We came by way of Starship.
Their leader said. He enunciated the words like we were too stupid to understand, spitting on our intelligence.
We'll introduce you to our ways, facilitate your evolution, and enlist you in our crusade.
He walked over to me, noticing my unspoken hatred. I pulled my wife and newborn son close. Suddenly, he unshouldered his pulse rifle and sprayed us with bullets. My wife died instantly. My son was still alive. The Crusader crushed his head underfoot. No!
Yes,
Said the Crusader. He reached down and removed my wife's scalp. He held it high, a grim warning.
my name is Mitchell Madrigal, the 15th. We hail from planet Earth, and we've come to take what's ours.
Mitchell Madrigal? Mitchell Madrigal.
My wife was nudging me.
Wake up, Space Cadet.
Space Cadet, a cute reference to my tendency to drift off, and the fact that I was heir to the magical tech empire, which had recently expanded into space exploration to compete with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Dreaming again, huh?
My wife was sweet, but I didn't love her. An arranged marriage, the union of two powerful families, members of the 1%er cabal that rules the world. We were in a clinic. The nurse was calling my name. In vitro fertilization. They needed my sperm sample. Despite her eggs being rotten, my wife wanted a child. She'd stop at nothing to have one. Somehow, through the eyes of an alien living 1,000 years in the future, I saw my grandson descendant. Humankind had conquered the far reaches of space. He led the charge, donning a pulse rifle and a bandolier of gory scalps. I walked to the nurse. She held the sperm receptacle. A porno mag was fastened beneath the paper on her clipboard.
We'll need a sample.
Certainty settled in. If we conceived when we conceived, given my wife's longing for a child and our nearly infinite resources, my vision would come to pass. Without stopping to think, I loosened my belt, reached into my pants, and grabbed my genitals.
Sir, we have rooms.
I pulled as hard as I could. Blood gushed. The pain so instantaneous and overwhelming that my brain shut off. The nurse went pale, then started screaming. The waiting room erupted into chaos.
What have you done?
My wife was screaming, aghast. A doctor checked my pulse, his eyes filled with horror. But despite missing my parts, I felt perfectly whole, knowing I'd done my duty to prevent a dark future. Being a cop in a small town in Minnesota probably isn't the most exciting career there is. But it's not bad either. It's actually a relatively peaceful and safe line of work, compared to being in law enforcement in one of the big cities, New York or LA for instance, where the action is. There's only around 10,000 people in the town where I live. It's way out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by miles of open farmland, and the only real crime that ever occurs is pretty minor stuff. The occasional rowdy rednecks getting into a fist fight at one of the 3 bars downtown. teen vandals, petty theft, the odd drunk driver, a case of disorderly conduct here and there, the rare breaking and entering, that sort of thing. The only real stuff I've ever had to deal with is a couple cases of domestic violence and assault and battery. But even that's pretty typical, I guess, and it doesn't happen very often. Well, that's not entirely true. There was one case that still haunts me, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Like I was saying, I live in a pretty peaceful little town. Boring, some would even say. The kind of rural, out-of-the-way, hick farming community you've probably driven through on the highway yourself, on the way to someplace more interesting without as much as a second thought or a glance back. The kind of place where nothing out of the ordinary ever happens, you've probably thought. And for the most part, you'd be right. But there's one case I can't get out of my mind. One case that still makes my blood run cold whenever I think about it. One case I can't explain no matter how much I try to rationalize it to myself. What happened to the old Garrity woman 7 years ago? I'd been a police officer for 5 years when it happened, in the early spring of 14. There were only 5 cops on the entire town police force. Me, my partner Jerry, Pete and Vance, who both worked the night patrol, and the police chief. Plus Karen, an older woman who was a retired librarian and worked part-time as the dispatcher. The police department was located in the town municipal building and consisted of 2 offices, one for the chief and one for the rest of us to share, and 3 jail cells in the rear, and the 3 of them were never all occupied at the same time. It was an overcast, rainy afternoon in late March, early April. Me and Jerry were in our cruiser on a routine patrol around town, when Karen's voice came over the radio telling us there was a possible 1082 in progress at the Garrity house on Turner Road. For those of you who aren't in the know, a 1082 is police code for a burglary. We acknowledged, then changed directions, heading for the Garrity home. I wasn't unduly concerned about the call. I already had a pretty good idea who had made it. Eileen Garrity was an elderly widow who lived in a run-down farmhouse on the outskirts of town. She was probably around 65 or 70 years old, and had lived alone since her husband had died of a stroke 3 years before. They had 2 adult children, but they both lived out of town and never visited her. Since her husband's death, she had developed something of a reputation for being eccentric, to put it nicely, or crazy, to put it not so nicely. She was a shut-in who rarely left her home, and had her groceries delivered once a week. Basically a crazy cat lady minus the cats. The reason she was considered crazy was because she had become pretty flaky and paranoid since being widowed, and had called the police department on multiple occasions, for everything from hearing intruders moving around in her attic, to seeing UFOs in her cornfield. There were probably at least a dozen others, too. All her calls turned out to be false alarms, of course. The burglars she claimed were hiding in her attic turned out to be a pair of raccoons that had slipped in under the roof, and the UFOs were probably just jets flying overhead from the National Guard base 50 miles west. Me and Jerry and Pete and Vance had all visited her home before, during our respective shifts. We never got frustrated with her or gave her a hard time about it, and usually indulged her, inspecting her house and property to calm her nerves. She'd relax, thank us, we'd leave, and the process would repeat itself in a couple weeks or a couple months. Honestly, our infrequent trips to her house were probably the only real highlight of what was a rather dull and unexciting job. When we told the chief about Mrs. Garrity's latest emergency, Bigfoot was sneaking around her yard, or there was a giant anaconda lurking in the basement, he would just shake his head sadly. When Vance and Pete were the ones who had to deal with her, they'd tell us all about her most recent ordeal when me and Jerry saw them at the end of their shifts and the start of ours. They'd usually smirk in a mean-spirited way, and Pete would twirl his finger next to his temple before they left. Jerry and I just felt sorry for the old woman. It couldn't have been easy for her. A frail, nervous, lonely woman, living all alone in that old, crumbling house with no friends or close family. I suspected she might be getting senile, or maybe entering the early stages of Alzheimer's or dementia. We worried about her living there by herself, almost a mile from the nearest neighbor. If her health suddenly turned bad or she had an accident and couldn't call for help, well, there wasn't really much we could do about it. A couple times I looked up the numbers of her daughter and son and tried calling them about possibly placing her in an assisted living home or a mental health facility. But the one time I managed to reach her son, as I was explaining his mother's situation to him, he interrupted me, telling me he was too busy at the moment and would call me back, then abruptly ended the call. From then on, they always happened to be unavailable, and never answered any of the voicemail messages I left them. So Jerry and I turned onto Turner Road and drove up to Mrs. Garrity's house on the gray, rainy early spring day, certain that the old woman was just overreacting yet again to something relatively minor, and her imagination was playing tricks on her. She was waiting for us outside on her porch when we pulled to a stop. I'll never forget how she looked. It shocked me. She'd always been a thin, frail woman the other times we'd been out there, but we hadn't seen her in probably a couple months, since her last false emergency, and she had changed drastically since then. Now she was gaunt, almost emaciated, her cheeks hollow, and dark rings around her bloodshot, sunken eyes. Her gray hair was tangled, and didn't look like it had been washed in days, maybe weeks, and the dress she was wearing was wrinkled and dirty. Her physical appearance was alarming enough, but there was also something about the way she was staring at both of us, with those dark, dull eyes that seemed to look at us, through us, and past us all at once. It reminded me of old photos I had seen of American soldiers in Vietnam. The blank, expressionless, shell-shocked look of someone who had been through more horror than any ordinary person should have to endure. Me and Jerry exchanged a shocked look, then got out and approached the old woman. "What seems to be the trouble, Mrs. Garrity?" Jerry asked her amiably, trying to keep his voice nonchalant. "There's something in my house," she told us in a flat, toneless voice. She was shaking slightly, a woman on the verge of total physical and mental exhaustion. The way she phrased it, not someone but something, made me raise my eyebrow.
Well, you just wait here and we'll go have a look and make sure it's safe,
I told her, trying not to sound too patronizing. I looked to Jerry and nodded. We drew our pistols and stepped past Mrs. Garrity, cautiously entering the house. We did a routine sweep of the first floor, guns leveled, then headed upstairs. It only took about 5 minutes to check the house. We had done it so many times before, we had the layout down pat, and there was no sign of any intruders or evidence of a breaking and entering, but I saw plenty of other things that disturbed me deeply. For one thing, the place was a total mess. The house was already pretty decrepit, but Mrs. Garrity had still taken pride at how clean she kept it, and it had always been spick and span on our earlier visits. Now dirty dishes were stacked high in the kitchen sink, the counters were dirty, and trash and dirty laundry littered the floors. I also noticed that Mrs. Garrity's pillow and blankets were lying rumpled on the couch in the living room. The surface of the coffee table in front of it was cluttered with half-drunk cups of coffee, open containers of food, a Bible, and a rosary. It looked like she'd been eating and sleeping in the living room for quite some time. When we went upstairs, sure enough, the bed in Mrs. Garrity's room was bare, and the room itself looked like it had been vacant for a while. There was also something in the living room that really alarmed me. Leaning in one corner was an old double-barreled shotgun that had probably belonged to her late husband. Jerry picked it up, broke it open, and found 2 spent shells in the chamber. He took one out, sniffed it, then told me the gun had been fired very recently. We also discovered something else bizarre. All the mirrors in Mrs. Garrity's house had been shattered, and every closet door had been boarded shut. The one in the front hall on the first floor had a huge hole blasted in the center of it, smaller holes pitting the splintered wood around it. You didn't need to be Sherlock Holmes to deduce that Mrs. Garrity had fired her husband's shotgun into that door. But why? What the fuck happened here? Jerry shot me a perplexed, questioning look. I shrugged, clueless and equally baffled. Finished with our inspection of the house, we put away our pistols and turned around to go back outside. Mrs. Garrity was standing in the room behind us, staring at us with that unnerving blank expression. Both of us almost jumped a foot in the air, startled. Neither of us had heard her enter. Jerry regained his composure and flashed her a fake, reassuring smile. "We don't see any sign of him, Mrs. Garrity. He must have slipped out the back. You're safe now." She didn't relax or appear relieved like she had the countless other times we had humored her. Her face seemed to twitch, and some new look dawned in her eyes. It took me a moment to identify it. It was a look of pure, hopeless doom, mixed with utter terror. "No," she said in that same odd, flat voice. "I'm not safe. It's still here. It's hiding, and that's why you couldn't find it. And after you leave, it'll come back for me." Then she began to quiver. She started to cry with total despair, breaking down into hysterical sobs that racked her whole body. Jerry and I looked at each other, concerned. We went to the old woman and comforted her as best as we could, guiding her over to her couch and sitting her down with us on either side of her, coaxing her gently back to a state of calm. After she had herself back under control, we asked her to explain what had happened. She was quiet for a few moments, gathering her thoughts. Then she began to speak. As we listened to her story, my body temperature seemed to gradually drop, and I felt a chill envelop me. Several times I made eye contact with Jerry, and his expression was a mirror of my own. Disbelief and fear. "It started about a month ago," she began. "That's when I first heard the scratching at my closet door. A soft, slow, steady scratching that seemed to come from inside her bedroom closet at night. At first she had assumed it was probably a mouse or some other small animal, except the scratching seemed to come from too high up to be the work of a mouse. Whenever she opened the closet door, always after the scratching had ceased, there had been nothing there. Several times she had started to open the closet door while the scratching was in progress to get to the bottom of it once and for all. But each time she had grasped the knob, she had been overwhelmed with a sudden, irrational sense of unease and had been unable to do it. The scratching sounded too deliberate, too gentle, too deceptively harmless, as if something was trying to lure her into opening it. To be safe, she had started locking her closet door at night. Over the next several nights, the scratching had gotten louder and more urgent, as if something was trying to tunnel its way through the wood. One day, she opened her closet door and found claw marks on the other side. Claw marks that were 6 feet off the ground. Claw marks that looked like they had been made by fingernails. The horror had really started for Mrs. Garrity about a week after she had first heard the scratching sounds. One night she had awoken to a voice softly calling for her, a voice that seemed to be coming from the locked closet door. She was bewildered, even more so because she recognized that voice. It belonged to Bill, her dead husband. Bill's voice had pleaded for her to open the closet door, telling her that God had sent him down to take her up to heaven, where they could be together again, and young, like they had used to be, Forever. At this point, Jerry had looked at me, wide-eyed from the other side of the couch.
Then what happened?
I prodded her gently. I thought I was dreaming, Mrs. Garrity said. I thought it had to be a dream. Poor Bill had been gone for 3 years, and since I was having a dream, I didn't see no harm in doing what he was asking me to. I got out of bed and went to the closet. I reached for the lock, but then I stopped. Something didn't seem right. It was Bill's voice, and it seemed perfectly normal, but somehow it was wrong too. The way he was talking, it wasn't like how Bill used to talk. It was like a stranger was using Bill's voice, trying to trick me into opening that closet door. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Actually, nothing she was telling us made sense, but we just asked her to continue telling her story. Bill, or whoever or whatever was using his voice, had continued to beg her to unlock the closet. When she had refused, the voice had changed, becoming harsh and belligerent. It had angrily demanded she open the door, and when she had still refused, it had begun to shout at her, using profanity and making obscene threats. Things Bill never would have said to me while he was alive, before beginning to pound violently on the door. The voice had begun to change, no longer sounding like her late husband's. It had become deeper and distorted, until it didn't sound human. In terror, she had fled her bedroom and spent the night on the couch downstairs. Eventually, the pounding and the threats had stopped. Mrs. Garrity, Jerry politely interrupted her at this point. Why didn't you call us at the police station when this happened? She was silent for a moment. Then a small, bitter smile formed on her lips. I thought you'd think I was just imagining it, she told us. I know people in town think I'm a crazy old lady, and I've had you all out here so many times before for things that turned out to be nothing. I thought maybe it was all in my head, and I didn't want to bother you about it. Things had escalated pretty quickly from there. The pounding and threats had continued every night. She had been too scared to sleep in her bedroom and kept sleeping on the living room couch. Then one night the pounding had begun, not just on her bedroom closet door, but all the closet doors in the house, all at the same time. Like there were people in all of them trying to get out all at once, she told us. But it was the same voice in every closet, the same horrible voice. In fear, she had nailed all the closet doors shut to keep the thing, whatever it was, from coming out to get her. Then about 2 weeks ago, something even more terrifying had happened. She had been in her bathroom and was washing her hands in the sink when she had looked up into the medicine cabinet mirror. Here she paused. What did you see? Jerry asked her. I saw it, she said in a choked whimper. I saw its face instead of my own. It was wearing a black robe with a hood. Its face was just a grinning skull, a skull with horns. Its eyes were red, the eyes of the devil himself. I don't mean I saw it standing behind me in the mirror. It was in the mirror itself. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. It reached out of the mirror. It didn't have hands. It had claws and tried to grab me. In horror, she had thrown a bottle of lotion at the mirror, shattering the glass. Then, to be safe, had done the same to all the other mirrors in the house.
How could you stay in this house with all of that happening to you?
I asked her. She shrugged sadly. I don't have anywhere else to go, and no one who will take me in. The nights were awful, but it was always better during the days. At least then I could get some sleep. It always stopped by morning, and never happened during the day. She suddenly shuddered. Until 3 days ago. Then it started happening all the time, day and night. I wasn't safe no matter what time it was. It had all come to a head late this morning. The pounding had gradually gotten more violent and forceful, until all the closet doors were rattling in their frames. Mrs. Garrity knew that even with the boards nailed over them, it was only a matter of time until this thing broke through. In desperation, she had begun praying and reading from the Bible, which had only caused the entity in the closet to laugh at her mockingly. Finally, she had gotten out Bill's shotgun and fired it through the closet door. For a minute or so, there wasn't a sound, she told us. I started to think it was finally over. Then, I saw those red eyes burning in the dark, in the hole the shotgun had made. It chuckled, and it said one word to me.
What word did it say?
I asked her. Tonight, she said, and began to tremble. She lowered her head into her hands and began to sob again. Jerry and I were silent for some time, trying to absorb what she had just told us. We looked at each other, deeply troubled by her story. Neither of us actually believed it, of course, but it was obvious the poor woman was deeply disturbed. She was having some kind of nervous breakdown, or maybe old age was taking its toll on her mind. One thing was clear. It wasn't safe for her to be alone anymore, especially not here. It was not healthy for her. Hell, for all we knew, maybe her paranoid delusions were the result of some dangerous type of mold that had formed in the house. Jerry and I excused ourselves for a moment, then stepped outside to talk in private. We both agreed she needed help. She needed to be institutionalized. But for now, it was best she stay somewhere else. We went back in and told Mrs. Garrity she was coming with us. She was going to spend the night in a motel room in town. And tomorrow, Jerry added, we were going to find a priest who would come and exorcise the evil spirit that had been bothering her, getting rid of it, once and for all. She broke down again, this time crying in relief, and hugged me and my partner, thanking us over and over again. We drove her to a cheap motel in town and checked her in. Her mental state already seemed to have improved in that short amount of time being away from that house. She smiled and told us she couldn't wait to finally get a night of decent sleep without having to worry about that thing banging on the doors. I think mostly she was just glad she wouldn't have to be afraid anymore of the entity she was convinced was lurking in her house. We both smiled at her and said goodbye, getting in the cruiser and driving away. Our smiles faded as soon as we pulled away from the motel. We drove in grim silence. We both liked old Mrs. Garrity, in spite of all the times she had made a nuisance of herself to the police department, with her bogus calls and her erratic behavior. We were sorry her mental state had deteriorated to such a point that she could no longer look after herself. We told the chief her story when we got back. He sighed sadly and nodded, agreeing that she had to be committed somewhere. Tomorrow, him and I were going to drive out and personally visit her son and daughter and explain to them what was going on. And if they still refused to do what needed to be done, the chief would see to it himself that Mrs. Garrity got the help she needed. But we never got the chance. The last time we ever saw Mrs. Garrity was when Jerry and I left her at the motel. Around 4 a.m. the next morning, I was awakened by an urgent phone call from the chief, telling me to get over to the motel as soon as possible. He wouldn't say why over the phone, but I already had a hunch it had something to do with Mrs. Garrity. I felt an awful sense of dread as I got dressed. I wondered if maybe she had taken her own life in the motel room after we had left her. When I arrived outside the motel, my fears were confirmed. I saw crime scene tape blocking the door to Mrs. Garrity's room. The chief, along with Jerry and Pete and Vance, were gathered outside, plus a couple cops from the state police and a pair of detectives from the city. The chief greeted me with a grave expression as I approached. He told me Mrs. Garrity was gone. At first I thought he meant she was dead. Then, seeing the solemn look on my face, he clarified himself. She was literally gone. I looked at him confused. I saw something in his eyes I had never seen before. Something that caused a ripple of fear in my heart. The chief was scared. He told me he didn't know what to make of it himself. People in the neighboring rooms had heard blood-curdling screams and sounds of violence coming from Mrs. Garrity's room around 2 a.m. Then nothing. They had called the police department. Pete and Vance had been the first to arrive. They had pounded on the door, but there had been no response. They had forced the door open. When they saw what was inside, they had called the chief himself.
What did they find?
I asked him. Maybe you ought to come see for yourself, he told me, leading me to the doorway and under the crime scene tape. He explained to me that they had found no sign of forced entry, and that the door and windows of the motel room had all still been locked from the inside when Pete and Vance showed up. I took a look around, feeling blood cold as ice course through my veins. There was fresh blood splattered around the room. On the walls, the floor, the bed, even the ceiling. The blood-stained bedsheets had been ripped away from the mattress, as if someone had desperately tried holding onto them as they were pulled out of bed. There were 10 very thin trails of blood on the carpet, leading away from the bed. 10 thin trails of blood that had been made by 10 desperate, terrified fingers, clawing for purchase as their owner was dragged away. I followed the bloody finger marks across the floor, away from the bed, to where they ended, at the closet. I looked at them, then I looked at the chief. He looked back at me, his face hard and impassive, but fear gleaming in his eyes. I approached the closet. The door was standing open. I stood there, looking in for some time. The closet was empty. Completely empty. There wasn't even blood on the floor. They never found Mrs. Garrity. The girl was young, 6 or 7, wispy blonde hair, sallow complexion, and one blind, milky eye. I pushed an orange soda across the interrogation table. She gulped it down with a gigantic smile, like she'd never tasted anything so good. Let's start from the beginning, I said.
The beginning?
I kept forgetting. She could speak English, but complex concepts like time were far outside the narrow world she'd grown up in. What's the very first thing you remember? I asked. The first thing you saw.
I saw the down moon. It rose and fell a bunch of times a day. Sometimes it would get cold and it would stay risen, but when it was hot out, the moon went down a lot more often. My mom told my brother and me how we lived in the cave below the downed moon, the last people on Earth.
What else did your mom tell you? Some cursory research revealed that the mom's name was Dora Jenkins, the same professor who'd gone missing from a college on the mainland years before, after having a nervous breakdown. She taught comparative religion. According to her colleagues, she was an odd duck who wouldn't have lasted a day in a career outside of academia.
Mom told us about Skyfall and the Weeping Sun. She told us about mountain clay and how God provided it for us to sculpt and create tributes. She told my brother and me that one day when she was gone, we'd have to climb the mountain toward the downed moon, even if it scared us.
My partner, Jim Deakins, raised his hand like an awkward kid in math class.
What did you eat while you were in the cave?
Mushrooms.
Said the girl.
They were everywhere. We ate the fairies too, and we ate clay when there was nothing else to eat.
I saw Jim recoil and become a sickly shade of green. Take it outside, I whispered, leaning over. Have a little fucking decency for her sake. Jim left, his stomach lurching like a ship on a stormy sea. Your mom died, I said, turning back to the girl.
Yes.
And your brother died too.
Yes. I climbed the mountain toward the downed moon alone. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done. I slipped down time after time. But when I finally crawled through the open moon gate, I was in a place with fresh air and lots of trees, as you called them, and people who were camping.
I took a deep breath, then asked the question I'd been avoiding. How long did your family live below the outhouse at the Holt Island campground?
Since the beginning,
She said. People of the downed moon. Her mom had created a mythological origin story to cover up that the girl and her brother had been raised in a latrine pit, subsisting on mushrooms and flies and human shit. The girl was brave as hell, a survivor. Like Sisyphus before her, she climbed the mountain, the literal mound of shit, the metaphorical challenge of surviving despite the fucked up odds, and escaped purgatory. I'd never encountered a case so vile. The most terrifying story you will ever read. That was what the cover promised me, in bold red lettering against a featureless black backdrop. Curious, I turned the book over to the back to check the synopsis. There was none. The back cover was completely blank. I stood there, in the paperback horror section of the used bookstore I had entered after work on a whim, frowning, bemused at the book I had grabbed off the shelf at random. Apart from what I assumed was the title, the most terrifying story you will ever read, and a $4.99 price tag on the upper right corner, both the front and the back of the paperback were unmarked in any way. There wasn't even an author credited, or any publishing company info. I opened it to the front page to see if that would answer my queries. No help there. There was no author listed inside the book either, and no copyright page. No critical blurbs, no dedication, nothing. Now I was really intrigued. I fanned rapidly through the book to the last page, noting that there didn't seem to be any chapter breaks or part divisions in the story, whatever it was about. The author wasn't listed on the heading of the pages either, just the page numbers. I opened it to the last page, not bothering to read the text, and saw it was just over 350 pages long. The book appeared to be brand new, the pages clean white, the binding unmarred by lines, the ink still bright and clear. This struck me as especially strange because the book was also lacking a UPC on the rear cover, which all modern books have. I took out my phone and did a quick search for the title on Google. No results. Okay. I wondered if this was some sort of marketing ploy on the part of the mysterious author in an effort to spark interest. Or maybe it was some weird, obscure, self-published novel. Whatever it was, I was hooked. I had to know what this story was about. I wasn't much of a reader by nature, but this was an enigma I had to solve. Otherwise, the curiosity would drive me nuts. Plus, it was the weekend and I didn't have anything else planned. Reading this book was as good a way as any to fill in the lonely void my existence had become since Rachel had left. I took the paperback to the front counter where the clerk, a bored-looking teenage girl with spiked purple hair, stood, chewing gum. She rang up my purchase without comment, hardly even looking up from the YouTube video she was watching on her phone. I asked her if she knew anything about the book, and she just shrugged disinterestedly. I thanked her and left the bookstore, heading down the sidewalk to the subway entrance a couple blocks up the street. I took the subway across the city to the street where my apartment complex stood. I was tempted to start reading the book on the subway, but restrained myself. The subway ride was only 20 minutes, and I didn't want to become engrossed in the story, assuming it was any good, only to have to break off when I arrived at my stop. Back at my building, I took the elevator up to my apartment on the 17th floor and unlocked my door, entering and cringing by habit when I saw the depressing bachelor squalor of my place. I had been too depressed to do much cleaning in the 3 months since Rachel had broken up with me. Piles of dirty laundry were scattered everywhere, and discarded takeout wrappers, I'm not much of a cook, and empty beer bottles cluttered every available surface. I would have to pick up this mess one of these days, before my apartment turned into a landfill. I had a quick dinner of some leftover pizza, then plopped down on the sofa. I glanced out the window. Late afternoon had given way to early evening, and the sun was already setting over the city. I turned off my phone, not wanting any unnecessary interruptions, not that I get many calls anyway, and picked up the book. The most terrifying story you will ever read. I smirked. Let's see if it delivered on that promised. I opened it to the first page, read the first few lines, and suddenly felt numb. John pulled the paperback from its shelf in the horror fiction section of the used bookstore he had entered after work on a whim, and glanced at its front cover. The most terrifying story you will ever read, the title read in bold red lettering against a featureless black backdrop. Curious, John turned the book over to the back cover to read the synopsis. There was none. The back was completely blank. I closed the book and sat back, closing my eyes tightly, trying to calm my suddenly racing heart. It's just a coincidence, I tried to rationalize to myself. It has to be a coincidence. John was probably the most common name in the world. I opened the book again and read on. John opened the book to the front page to see if that would answer his queries. There was no author listed inside the book, no copyright page, no dedication. John fanned rapidly through the book to the last page, noting there didn't appear to be any chapter breaks or part divisions in the story, whatever it was about. The author wasn't listed on the headings of the pages either, just the page numbers. I felt an eerie ripple of deja vu. It's still just a coincidence, part of my mind tried to argue unconvincingly. I continued to read. John was intrigued. He took out his phone and did a Google search for the book's title. There were no results. Hell, anyone would do that in that situation. My mind offered hopefully. I read the next few paragraphs. Then reality seemed to float away. John decided to purchase the book. He wasn't much of a reader by nature, but this was an enigma he had to solve. Otherwise, the curiosity would drive him crazy. Besides, it was the weekend, and he didn't have anything else planned. Reading this book was as good a way as any to fill in the lonely void his existence had become ever since Rachel had left. He took the book to the front counter, where the clerk, a bored-looking teenage girl with spiked purple hair, stood, chewing gum. She rang up his purchase without comment, hardly even looking up from the YouTube video she was watching on her phone. "Do you know anything about this book?" John asked her. She only shrugged disinterestedly. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience, as if my consciousness had left my body and was hovering above me. My mind felt dazed, drugged. This couldn't be really happening. It had to be a prank of some kind, a practical joke. Someone had planted this book for me to find. Maybe it was one of the guys from my work, or an employee at the bookstore. Maybe even Rachel or one of her friends. Except I had passed by that bookstore hundreds of times on my way to and back from work for the past 3 years, and had never entered it before this afternoon. I had only gone in there today on a fluke, and had grabbed this book off the shelf by sheer chance. "Stop reading it right now," a desperate, frightened inner voice urged me. "Throw the book away. Burn it. Stop now before it's too late." But something told me it already was too late. Had been from the moment I'd first picked this book up. I couldn't go back. Could only go forward. I had to know what happened next. I continued reading, seemingly not of my own accord. I read through my trip home on the subway. I read through me entering my apartment. I read through my shocking discovery of how this book somehow exactly mirrored my life, down to the finest detail, every action and thought and emotion. John read through his shocking discovery of how the book somehow exactly mirrored his life, down to the finest detail, every action and thought and emotion. Suddenly there came a sound, breaking the silence and startling him. A soft knocking at his apartment door. There was a sudden sound that broke the silence, startling me. A soft knock at my apartment door. I jumped, my heart pounding. All the saliva seemed to have dried up in my mouth. The knocking continued. Slow, spaced, and steady raps on my door. Soft but persistent. Still clutching the book tightly in one hand, I stood up, as if in a dream, and approached my apartment door. A sudden, irrational feeling of unease settling over me. It could be anyone. My landlord, a solicitor, maybe Rachel coming back for a second chance. I peered through the glass peephole in the center of the door. I bit down on a scream of horror. The face on the other side of my door belonged to an elderly woman. Her hair was long, ragged, and filthy. Her face was marred with hideous, ragged gashes, crusted with dried blood. Her skin was gray and rotting, peeling away from her skull. Her eyes were blank and white, without pupils or irises. It was the face of a corpse. I staggered back from my door, my mind reeling. I felt like I was in the grip of a nightmare. Too late, I realized I had forgotten to lock my apartment door when I had gotten back. I reached forward to turn the deadbolt, but the knob was already turning. I watched, petrified, as my door slowly opened. She stood before me, only 5 feet away, staring at me with her unblinking dead eyes. Her clothing was torn and hideous. Oozing wounds covered her body. She reeked of death.
Get out,
She gurgled at me, her voice a putrid death rattle. She lurched a step toward me, repeating in a louder voice, "Get out!" She raised one hand, reaching in my direction. I snapped out of my paralysis and turned, sprinting in a blind panic through my apartment to my bedroom. I slammed the door and locked it, backing away, gasping. I turned to my window and saw it was now fully dark outside. I started for it, then remembered I was 17 floors up, and there were no ledges around the exterior of the building. I searched for my phone, then realized with cold dread I had left it on the table in the living room, and there was no landline. I became aware that I still had the paperback gripped tightly in one hand. I heard a sudden sound that caused my heart to jump in my chest. Creaking floorboards. Footsteps slowly approaching my bedroom. They stopped on the other side of the door. The knob rattled as the thing turned it.
Get out!
The rancid voice demanded through the door.
Get out!
The book. The goddamn book. Maybe the answer was in there. I opened it and frantically flipped through the pages to where I had left off. Suddenly there came a sound, breaking the silence and startling him. A soft knocking at his apartment door. John jumped, his heart pounding. All the saliva seemed to have dried up in his mouth. I skimmed through the action that had already happened until I reached the present, with John, me, trapped in my bedroom.
Get out!
The rancid voice demanded through the door. Get out! In desperation, John opened the book and frantically flipped through the pages to where he had left off, thinking the answer might be in there. To his disbelief, the rest of the pages were blank. No! John's terrified mind screamed. It's impossible. The story ran all the way to the last page when I checked it at the bookstore. How? There, the story ended. The rest of the pages were blank. I flipped through the book with disbelief, my terrified mind screaming, "It's impossible! The story ran all the way to the last page when I checked it at the bookstore. How?" The dead woman spoke a final time from the other side of the door, and only then, too late, did I detect the tone of urgency and fear in her decayed voice. Not a threat, but a desperate plea.
Get out! Get out while you still can. It's in the closet. Get out before it kills you, like it killed me.
Behind me, I heard my closet door creak open. There you are, my dear. I breathed a sigh of relief as I finally spotted her through my binocular lenses. She was moving slowly, her naked body covered in dirt and ravaged by thorns and branches. I approached as quietly as I could, never taking my eyes from her. Although she didn't know this forest like I did, she was heading right for civilization. If she spotted me, there was a chance she could sprint away to where someone would see her. The next few minutes were agonizing. Panic rose into my chest as she drew ever closer to the clearing. I quickened my pace, foregoing stealth as the situation became critical. Her head snapped around as I rushed toward her. Our eyes locked, and she let out a piercing shriek, stumbling forward and crashing through the brush. Only 100 yards ahead, the branches thinned and the early morning sunrise was shining on a farmhouse. I could not let her escape. I loved her too much to let her get away. The net stopped her dead in her tracks. pulling her down to the forest floor. Her screaming echoed around us, sure to alert someone of her presence if I didn't act fast. "Sorry, love. Can't let you go," I muttered, dragging her through the trees and doing my best to stifle her wailing. By the time I finally made it home, she still hadn't let up her racket. Not that it mattered. There was no one around to hear her now. "Let's get you inside," I said, looking her filthy body over. She looked back at me with rage in her eyes, but I was used to this by now. I didn't let it bother me much. It took a lot of effort to get her back in her restraints in the basement. She tried to bite and scratch the whole time, but I was finally able to get her collar and shackles secured. "Don't you ever scare me like that again," I scolded, before I retreated upstairs to the kitchen. I walked past framed pictures of us during simpler days, hand in hand, smiling and in love, so blissfully unaware of the bleak future ahead of us. The outbreak changed everything. Thousands of people were infected within weeks, exhibiting aggressive behavior and a craving for human flesh. The government stepped in quickly, slaughtering the infected to prevent the spread, and to their credit, they were successful in reducing the infection rate. These days, sightings are rare, and they are dealt with swiftly. I made my way back down the steps, her wild eyes fixed on the raw meat in my hands, foaming at the mouth and desperately pulling at her restraints. I tossed it toward her and watched as she tore at it ravenously, blood splattering the walls and dripping down her chin. "Happy anniversary, Sarah," I whispered. The first thing he fed it was fear. He met it in the trees behind his house, a place he liked to hide. At first, he didn't realize it was there. Gradually, it came into focus. Its features were hard to make out. They seemed to continuously morph. Sometimes it was serpentine, wolf-like, or winged. It spoke to him in a language he had never heard before, though he could understand the words.
Why do you fear me, human?
Mark stumbled backward, held by its yellow gaze. The beast rose from the shadows and moved closer.
You fear me, yet you are much more afraid of returning home to your father.
Mark was too shocked to speak. The beast bared its sharp teeth at him.
Feed me your fear, human. I will take your burden from you.
Mark felt himself letting go. His body gradually relaxed. The beast finally addressed him again.
Go home now. Your fear is safe with me.
The next time he saw the beast, he fed it his sadness. This time it had visited him in his room. Mark cowered under the covers as it rose up from beneath his bed.
Why must you covet your pain so? Release it unto me.
The beast's yellow glare grew wide. The tears that had been forming in Mark's eyes dried. The weight on his shoulders was lifted. He slept soundly that night. The beast sat at the foot of his bed, singing wordless lullabies. The years went on, and Mark was nearing adulthood. Whenever he was sad or afraid, the beast was there to remove his burden. Eventually, though, it wasn't enough. The rage inside him would come spilling out. When the beast saw this, it became ravenous.
Human, release your anger to me. Rid yourself of this poison.
Mark fed it all that he had. The beast had freed him in a way. He was never afraid, sad, or scared, yet his physical being was still being harmed. He would look at his wounds in the mirror, indifferent to them. The beast had consumed nearly everything Mark felt, yet it came to him again.
Human, feed me your love.
For the first time, Mark was hesitant. The beast persisted.
Your love is keeping you a prisoner.
Mark thought for a moment, then he fed the beast again. After he buried his father in the forest, the guilt Mark felt was overbearing. He fell to his knees and pleaded. "Please, take the guilt. Take it," he begged. The beast stood silently for a while.
It is the only thing left that makes you human.
Take it, please." It obliged, consuming the last piece of Mark's soul. Then it was gone. Mark shakily got to his feet. He was numb, a ghost of himself, soulless. He found himself in front of a mirror. A pair of yellow eyes stared back at him, his ghastly features shifting constantly. Esther sits in front of an outdoor stage with a blank, vacuous look upon her face. The audience murmurs and mutters all around her, but she remains silent. Upon the stage rests an open copper box resembling a treasure chest, with a blank electronic display on top. Two uniformed police officers stand nearby, chatting. The sun shines above in the cloudless blue sky, and a warm breeze flows through the air. A woman rises from the front row of chairs and climbs onto the stage. The crowd falls silent as she approaches a lectern with a microphone. "Welcome, everyone," she says. "Thank you for coming to the Future Library Project." The crowd responds with a subdued applause. As mayor of Berryville, I'm honored to preside over this event. Today, we've gathered to preserve the work of some of the most important authors of our time. She extends her arm, indicating the box. We asked each participating author to write a short novel to be sealed in this time capsule for 100 years. These stories are all unpublished, and no one will read them until the time capsule opens. Every story centers on the theme of longevity, which we felt was appropriate. After all, everyone here today will probably be dead before the time capsule opens. The mayor pauses, waiting for the crowd to laugh. One person coughs, and another lets out an uneasy chuckle. She continues. I'd like to thank the authors who so graciously agreed to work with us on this project. They are Davida L. Mitch, Stephanie Kingsolver, and Jimmy Paulson. Authors, please join me on stage. Two women and a man rise from the front row of chairs. The crowd applauds as they climb the stage and stand beside the mayor. Smiling and waving at the audience, they each carry a leather-bound book. The mayor says, "The time capsule has a special mechanism with cutting-edge battery technology. It will keep the lock closed for the next 100 years. She picks up a remote control from the lectern and points it at the box. She presses a button, and the top of the box opens with a metallic hiss. A countdown appears on the electronic display. 100 years, 0 months, 0 weeks, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Each of the authors will now read the titles and opening paragraphs of their stories aloud. This way we'll at least get a sense of what their stories are about before they disappear for a century. Then they'll place their books into the time capsule. Our first author is Davida L. Mitch." The mayor turns to the woman standing closest to her and says, "Miss Mitch, are you ready?" Davida nods and smiles. The crowd applauds as she approaches the lectern. The mayor steps to the side, clapping as well. Davida opens her book and the crowd falls silent. Esther leans forward, tapping her foot, gazing at the book with predatory intensity. With an English accent, Davida says into the microphone, The title of my story is From Me Flows What You Call Time. She clears her throat as she looks down at the first page. Then she looks back up at the crowd. In 1990, composer Toru Takemitsu wrote a song called From Me Flows What You Call Time. When I first heard its haunting melody, I was forever changed. It was as if he rewrote the rules of my life with his music. She stops. Silence hangs in the air. Keep reading, says a voice from the crowd. The audience bursts into laughter. Then everyone applauds. Davida smiles and says, Would that I could, and places the book into the box. As she does, Esther leaps out of her seat, ready to pounce. But then she notices one of the police officers staring at her. Stone-faced, the officer shakes her head no. Esther freezes in place, then turns and leaves before the next author starts speaking. Davida exits a low stone building with a large sign on the side that says, Berryville Library. She holds her phone up to her ear as she walks through the parking lot. The sky is aflame with a purple-orange aura as the sun dips below the horizon. Hi, Miriam, she says. My book signing event is over now. It went well, and so did that silly time capsule presentation earlier today. She pauses, listening into the receiver. Well, one weird thing did happen. As I was signing books, a strange, disheveled woman approached me in the line. I could tell from the look on her face that something wasn't quite right with her. She carried a stack of all the books I've ever written. She even had the indie titles I self-published before you became my agent. It was weird, but I was kind of flattered too, you know? So I started signing them, and the whole time I could feel her eyes boring into my skull. When I finished, I thanked her and waited for her to leave, but she didn't move. I tried to be nice and say, Excuse me, miss, there are other people waiting, but she still didn't move. Then she said, Can I read your book? I said, What book? And she said, The one you put into the time capsule. I said, I'm sorry, miss, but it's only for people in the future. She said, I know, but do you have an extra copy you could share with me? At this point, I started getting a little annoyed. I said, No, I don't. Even if I did, I wouldn't let anybody read it. Otherwise, what would be the point? She responded by tossing her pile of books into the air. Then she started screaming, Let me read that book. Let me read it. Over and over again. I had no idea what to do. Finally, some burly security guards came and dragged her away. It was the weirdest thing that ever happened to me. She reaches her car, unlocks it, and opens the driver's side door. She sits down and buckles her seatbelt, then hears a clicking sound behind her. She looks in the rearview mirror and sees Esther sitting in the back seat, pointing a gun at her head. Esther looks at her in the mirror and says, Let me read that book. Davida says, Miriam, I'll have to call you back. Davida pulls up to the outdoor stage. It glows in the moonlight, and an ethereal mist hovers all around it. She turns off her car and says, Now what? Esther says, Get out and go over to where they buried that time capsule. They exit the vehicle and walk over to a disturbed patch of ground in front of the stage. Esther carries her gun in one hand and a shovel in the other. She holds the shovel's handle out to Davida and says, Dig. A couple hours later, Davida drops the shovel and reaches into the hole she dug. Breathing hard, she lugs the copper box to the surface and places it upon the ground. The countdown says, 99 years, 11 months, 30 days, 8 hours, 35 minutes, 43 seconds, 42 seconds, 41, 40. Esther starts trembling. In a shaky voice, she says, Open it. Davida looks at her like she's crazy and says, What? Open it. I can't. Bullshit. Scowling, Davida says, I don't know how to open the bloody thing. I just wrote a bloody book and put it in a bloody box. That's all I know. The only way you're ever going to read it is if you live for another 100 years. Esther looks at her blankly, then stares at the countdown timer in silence. After a few moments, Davida says, "Please let me leave. I won't go to the police, I promise. In fact, I'll even write a story about this situation and make you the main character. How does that sound?" Esther continues staring at the countdown for several more seconds. Then she says, "Fine, get out of here," and waves her gun in the direction of the car. Davida sighs with relief and starts walking toward it. After several paces, she turns around and says, "Well, aren't you coming? We're in the middle of nowhere." Esther shakes her head and says nothing, her eyes still fixated on the countdown. Esther sits in her car, holding a newspaper. She reads an article with the headline, "Author Davida L. Mitch dies." Renowned author Davida L. Mitch passed away of natural causes yesterday. She was 100 years old. Mitch wrote many bestsellers during her illustrious career, including her most famous work, Kidnapped. The story is about a deranged fan who kidnaps an author for bizarre reasons. It won several prestigious awards, including the Nobel Prize in Literature and the Man Booker Prize. Critics praised the story for its hyper-realistic details. Esther looks over the top of the newspaper into the rearview mirror. Her cloudy eyes stare back at her, surrounded by wrinkled skin and framed by white stringy hair. Then she notices a woman wearing a white lab coat approaching a building nearby. On the side of the building is an acrylic sign that says, "Yosemite Valley Institute on Aging and Longevity." Esther puts the newspaper down in the passenger seat, then opens her glove box to reveal a gun inside. She grabs it, then stuffs it into her pocket. The woman walks up to a door on the side of the building. She holds a plastic identification badge up to a small black box next to it. The box beeps and the door unlocks with a loud clicking noise. As she reaches for the handle, Esther sticks the gun into her ribs from behind. Amber's body stiffens and she lets out a small yelp. Esther says, "Keep walking and act normal." Amber nods. They walk through the doorway and enter a drab, beige-tiled hallway. "Take me to your office," Esther says, whispering as she slides her gun into the pocket of her windbreaker. Amber says nothing, then turns a corner with Esther following close behind. An older woman walks down the hallway toward them, followed by a man in a white lab coat. The woman smiles as she passes, and the man nods his head. Amber nods at them, while Esther stares straight. They approach a doorway with a gold nameplate that says, "Dr. Amber Richards, MD, PhD." Amber reaches into her pocket, and Esther jabs her in the back with the gun. "Careful," Esther says. In a slow, deliberate motion, Amber takes a set of keys out of her pocket. Then, her hand shaking, she inserts one into the lock and turns it. The door opens into a darkened office, and they step inside. Esther closes the door behind them and locks it. "Look at me," Esther says. Amber turns to face her. "I want the serum." "What?" "The serum, the one I read about in that Healthy Living magazine." Amber looks confused and says, "I don't know what you're talking about." Esther rolls her eyes, then reaches into her pocket and pulls out a folded piece of glossy paper. It crinkles as she unfolds it and holds it up. There's a ragged edge along one of the long sides. Amber sees that it's a magazine article entitled, "Scientists Working on Serum to Promote Human Longevity." A picture of Amber's smiling face sits in the bottom right corner of the page. "You wrote this, did you not?" Esther says. Amber scoffs and says, "Yes, I wrote that, but it's not what you think. The article's about a study in which we tested a longevity serum on lab mice. With it, we were able to double their lifespans, But there's still a lot of work to do before it's fit for human consumption. That won't be until far, far into the future. Esther pulls the hammer back on the gun in her pocket with an audible click and says, "The future is now." A few minutes later, they arrive at a large metal door in the hallway. Next to it is a security booth with a guard sitting inside. The guard looks up and smiles as Amber approaches. "Good morning, Dr. Richards," she says. Amber gives her a terse nod and speed walks over to the small black box beside the door. As she holds her badge up to it, the guard's expression changes to one of confusion. Hey, you know you need to sign in, right?" the guard says. The box beeps and the door unlocks. Amber opens it, ignoring the guard as she steps through. The guard sees Esther following behind her and says, "Hey, this is a restricted area." Esther points the gun at her and says, "Not for me, it isn't." The guard gasps and ducks behind her desk. Through the doorway, they enter a locker room. There, a woman is putting on a white polyester cleanroom suit as she stands next to an open locker. She balks when she sees Esther with the gun in her hand. They walk through the locker room and into a small chamber with a door on the other side. The door closes behind them with a whoosh. Amber scans her badge on another wall-mounted black box. A woman's voice says through an unseen speaker, "Decontamination process initiating. Please wait." Vapor jets start spraying through vents in the ceiling, filling the room with fog. Amber says, "This isn't going to work out the way you think it will. You don't know what that stuff will do to you. It's dangerous." "Shut up," Esther says. "I'm serious. It's true that the mice in the study lived twice as long as normal, but what the article didn't say was that they all died in the same horrific manner. Their bodies ended up spontaneously disintegrating while they were still alive. They were conscious and screaming in agony the entire time. I didn't talk about it in the article because of how terrible it was." Bullshit. A minute later, the vapor dissipates, and the door opens with a whoosh. They enter a white room, with smooth reflective surfaces on the floor, walls, and ceiling. Inside, people in cleanroom suits stand next to tables cluttered with lab instruments. They look up at Amber and Esther as the two step inside. Esther points her gun at the ceiling and fires a single shot, then says, "Get out." One person gasps and another screams. Then everyone rushes around them and through the exit. Amber leads Esther to a test tube stand sitting upon one of the tables. Then she picks up a test tube with a light pink liquid inside and hands it to her. "Here it is," she says sarcastically, "the longevity serum." Without a word, Esther grabs the tube and pours the liquid down her throat. Amber watches, revolted. Esther squeezes her eyes shut as her face twists and contorts. She drops the test tube, and the glass shatters on the floor. Then she drops the gun as well. When she opens her eyes, she sees Amber staring at her, bewildered. "Are you all right?" Amber says. "I told you that stuff is dangerous. You better hope it doesn't kill you." Esther perceives that Amber is speaking twice as fast as normal, and in a high-pitched voice. It reminds her of fast-forwarding through a movie. Esther opens her mouth to respond, but then collapses and passes out. "As the mayor of Berryville, it gives me great pleasure to be with you for this special occasion." The mayor stands upon the outdoor stage behind a lectern with a microphone attached to it. As the audience before her applauds, she notices a strange, disheveled old woman standing in the back of the crowd. The woman looks like a living corpse. She remains completely still, without clapping or even moving. The sight of her gives the mayor an uneasy feeling. Trying to ignore her, the mayor continues. "Today we'll open a time capsule buried in this spot 100 years ago, as part of the Future Library Project. It contains unpublished stories written by some of the country's most famous authors of the time. The time capsule lies buried in front of this stage, and now, with the help of our city council members, we'll unbury it and open it up. The crowd cheers as a group of people carrying shovels stand up from the first row of chairs. The mayor climbs down from the stage, and someone hands her a shovel as well. Then they all start digging. A short time later, a couple of them reach down into the hole they dug and pull out the copper box. They haul it up on stage and place it on a wooden stand next to the podium. The electronic display on its side says 0 years, 0 months, 0 weeks, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8, 7. When the countdown reaches 0, the box emits a reverberating click. Then the top opens with a loud hiss as the crowd murmurs in awe. Inside are several new-looking leather-bound books. The mayor reaches in, picks one up, and looks at the cover. Raising her voice, she says, "The title of the first book is, 'From Me Flows What You Call Time.'" The crowd buzzes with excitement. Then, a horrific shriek pierces the air. The audience members turn around and see a zombie-like old woman lurching through the crowd. "Let me read that book," Esther says, her voice hoarse, strained, and creaking. "Let me read it." Everyone remains still, paralyzed by the sight of her horrific, decaying visage. When she gets close enough, she swipes the book out of the mayor's hands with her bone-brittle talons. Then, wide-eyed and shaking, she opens it to the first page. Before she can start reading, she feels a burning sensation in her fingertips. It extends to her fingers and then her hands as it intensifies. She wails and watches with dismay as her hands turn to ash, then crumble away. The book falls to the ground while everyone looks on in horror. People gasp and scream at the sight. Several vomit. Esther then feels the agonizing, burning sensation in her toes. It runs through her feet and up her legs. Her legs disintegrate into ash, and she falls to the ground. Her arms fragment into dust on impact. Through the excruciating pain, she sees the book lying a meter away, still open to the first page. Slithering like a tortured snake, she wiggles over to it and presses her face against the page. She's able to read the first line. In 1990, composer Toru Takemitsu wrote a song called "From Me Flows What You Call Time." Her eyeballs dissolve before she can continue. "No," she says, coughing up a cloud of rust-colored dust that was once her lungs. Her mouth opens and closes in silent agony as the rest of her body disintegrates into a pile of ash. A moment later, a breeze comes by and blows it all away. Older sister and I walk darkwards. Our backs are to the twilight where my village waits for us to return, either with the baby that's gone or the creature that took it. Either way, if the light creeps too closely to them, they'll leave the spot without us. We walk toward cold that bites my cheeks. I breathe out steam and pull the scarf that father knit me over my mouth. Older sister breathes out nothing. She doesn't need to. She's as cold as the woods. Older sister is not my older sister. I don't have a real older sister. That's just what the village calls her because she's been a sister to us since our great-great-grandmothers, though they ought to have many more greats attached to their name than that, first walked into the twilight, away from the burn of the punishing dawn. This is farther away from my people than I've ever been. It's so cold in the darkness. I only pull down the scarf to eat the jerky father gave me. I hate the silence. In our village, noise is life. The livable twilight, roots found in the soil for stew, honeyed wine ready to drink, men singing, children screaming with laughter, and fires lit in the open. That older sister makes sure draw the attention of no one but other humans looking to barter before the dawn chases us once more. Silence is death. Though I don't pretend older sister is anything else, I still don't like it. We have moved into the land of death by moving beyond the twilight. She's grim, silent company. It smells like frost, I managed to say. She turns and arches a thick, winged black brow. What did you say? I push down my scarf, annoyed. Certainly, her keen hearing means she knows what I said. It smells like frost. Because there's frost on the trees here, says older sister patiently. I mean, do you think the Baron's alive? Or do you think it froze? It's not an it, it's a him. His name is Sam. It's Sam, I say. I've never heard of anyone named Sam, at least not in the village. Is Sam an old name from the world before? Older sister turns away. Let's be quiet for a little while. I keep chewing the jerky. I helped father salt and store it in our wagon, so it smells of smoke and home. To older sister, I know I am without purpose, a mortal gone as quickly as a fly. So when I break the silence, I ask, do you need to feed soon? I prepare to offer my wrist, and the green-blue vein that sits thickly beneath the skin. My pulse jumps under it. The strongest men and women, the ones who have ox muscles and broad shoulders, the ones who drive the caravans offer their wrists and necks to older sister when she needs to eat. I'm here because I'm small, fast, can tolerate the cold well, and can offer the warmth of my life for older sister's sustenance. And if something happens, the grandmothers of the village know that mother and father have 3 younger children. Our line will survive. She huffs, and I realize it's a laugh. It's hard to tell because I've never seen her smile. Not for a while. Even in the cold, I can feel my face heat with shame for my ignorance. My apologies for not knowing how often you eat. Older sister's dark eyes reflect a sliver of moon each. I wonder if the older brothers and sisters of other villages, whatever they choose to call them, are as striking as she, with her set jaw and her thick brows that nearly meet in the middle. No, you shouldn't keep track of that. You have other things to worry about. Mortal things? Exactly, she says. I suggest you take your fur-lined boots out of your pack soon and put them on. It only gets colder from here. So you've been out this far before? Not alone. We would be lost without older sister. Long ago, we would have fallen prey to sirens, lurks, and all manner of night-stomping beasts. Older sister, without us, would be lost too. I forget sometimes that this goes both ways. When sweet Alliston saw her baby was missing, older sister immediately looked for his scent. She used a shirt with holes in it. Alliston's cousin, Lisbeth, was supposed to be minding the child as he sat in his tilted chair. Lisbeth, a quiet girl who had just reached her majority, told the grandmothers she saw nothing. One moment the baby was cooing, the next, the chair was empty. The grandmothers are angry with Lisbeth. I think that's why she left the village soon after, her face red. I wonder if she's joined a new caravan. We walk, and purple glowing blossoms push out of the frost. This is indeed the land of the dark. A willow weeps with leaves that cast a blue light. I pluck one off a vine, but the leaf immediately turns dark gray. When I release the vine, it shivers and murmurs against the others, creating waves of blue light. In the glow, I can see older sister glare. You reached your majority last New Year. Please act like it. I throw away the leaf. Only the grandmothers know what New Year means. Do you? Yes, she says. It's an old thing, like the ruins. And like the ruins, It's of no use to anyone. The ruins are their own form of death, worse than the dark when we come upon them. They show the world used to be different. According to the grandmothers, people used to build homes without wheels and live in them, not moving, letting the hot sun run over them like water. Mother says to me quietly that it's wise not to believe everything they say. If you're bored, I'll speak to you. Her voice is soft, but something about it makes me fear her more. Only if you're respectful. I don't like her, but I do respect her.
I'm just tired, sister. There's only one time before I've been this cold.
When? I pause. I thought everyone in the village knew the story.
I fell through the ice on a pond when I was small. I lost the hole I made to fish and had to find another. I broke through the ice and was blue when I came out. I don't remember being blue, but I remember the cold feeling like fire. I lost 3 toes to frostbite.
Her brow furrows. That was you?
Yes.
Not your great aunt?
No, older sister. I can take off my shoe and show you my foot for proof.
If you're the one who fell through the lake, are you also the one that never cries? My mother and father speak at length of me to others in the village, often laughing. I cried as a baby, and never after.
You don't cry either.
I'm different. The vines sway again. This time, it's not me. I reach for the sharpened knife at my belt. Maybe it's because I don't know how to cry that I don't properly know how to fear either. Older sister moves quickly to block me. A woman parts the vines of the willow. She looks like Alliston in the caravan, peering out from curtains made of clicking beads. As the woman draws forward, the light catches an unsmiling mouth. Then the folds of robes that do not move. Tightly braided hair that seems of one mass, and a shoulder where an arm has been broken free. I say broken because the place on her shoulder is roughly hewed. The woman is made of stone. Not in the way I am made of stone because I don't cry, or how sister is made of stone because she doesn't age. Some who drink blood look like her, but she is different in other ways from older sister. Lurks are older sisters and brothers who don't have villages or anywhere to feed. They're not as cruel as sirens, but they are just as dangerous because they're hungry. Older sister keeps me still. What would I do? Let my knife grind against the thick stone neck? It would do no good, and blunt the blade besides. Lady, says older sister, we apologize for walking through your home. The stone woman lifts her good arm toward us. Older sister moves forward and grabs it. Where she squeezes, hairline cracks grow in the stone. Do not test me, older sister grunts. I'm stronger than you. It's cold, and we're running out of time. We're looking for one from the caravan I protect. A baby. I hold my breath. What if the lurk takes offense? What will happen if the lurk fights back and succeeds in killing older sister? What will happen to me? The lurk moves her head. The stone grinds once more, and I realize there's a seam at her neck. She pulls her good arm out of older sister's grasp and points through the luminous neon willow vines. She then holds up 2 fingers. Ah, says older sister. Thank you, lady. The lurk, without regarding me, moves away. On her back, I see she has small stone wings, one of which is smaller than the other. The vines sway and close behind her, hiding her in blue light. I exhale.
How did you convince her?
A lie. I don't think I'm much stronger than her, really. Older sister shrugs one shoulder. Their lineage is so strange. Cold. I try to joke with her.
Colder than yours?
She nods. It's a difficult contest, but one we're resigned to losing. I laugh. Something of my fear of her melts, though not all. Come, says older sister. It will be 2 miles. Then we'll find what we find. By my count, it's only 1.5 miles. We first hear a sound like a lamb crying. Then, through the glow of the trees, I see another woman. This time, she isn't made of stone. She turns. Lisbeth, ruddy-faced. It looks like she's been crying. And in front of her is the baby, Psalm, face ugly and wrinkled with sorrow. He lies in his wool wrappings on the ground. He wails. I doubt he likes the cold either. Damn, I had hoped it wasn't another human. But I take out my knife. Older sister puts a hand on my shoulder. Oh, Lisbeth, what have you done? Stay right there. Lisbeth holds a knife of her own. Rather than pointing it at me, or more stupidly, older sister, she presses it to the stomach of the baby. I have to give Alliston's child until I have my own. Older sister snarls. First you hid Psalm, didn't you? Then you took him away with you into the forest. You lied.
Have you dipped yourself in the dawn?
I ask Lisbeth.
Have you gone drunk with madness?
They asked me to bring the baby. I had to comply.
Who asked? The sirens?
I demand. Yes, the sirens, the goddesses. She stands boldly. They have visited me in my dreams. They say I may be immortal as they. They are not immortal, says older sister. They are not goddesses. Lisbeth, incensed, runs to older sister. She sinks the knife in under the collarbone. Older sister makes a sound like exhaling, if she ever needed to exhale. I reply instantly. Whatever my feelings about older sister being death, she is the death that belongs to the village. I know where Lisbeth's heart is. I push the knife through there with effort. Older sister only stumbles forward. Lisbeth falls down and stays there. To my surprise, older sister asks that we bury Lisbeth. I convince her to have some of my blood first, so that her flesh may heal. When we are done digging, our fingers are creased in dirt. I'm not convinced the sirens won't still find, dig up and eat Lisbeth, but we cover her and pat the earth flat. On the way back to the village, older sister asks that I carry the baby. My skin's too cold to warm him. To my surprise, she looks sad. For her sake, I carry the baby so he can look back over my shoulder at her. She follows me this time, and when I look back, I see her making faces for Psalm so that he trills and laughs. Her look is that of love, I realize, for the baby, the village, and all that is mortal that she's able to protect. It must be lonely for her to watch the entire world grow, age, and die, as she remains stone still. Always older sister. I didn't cheat because I was unhappy. Let's get that out of the way right now. Steph and I had a good marriage, and I did still love her. I honestly did. At 35, I was so sure I had made it. We had 2 wonderful boys, a nice house, and work was going pretty well for me. I wasn't exactly the top salesman at my little firm, but I was good enough. I was happy. It's just that happiness isn't always exciting. When I was in my 20s, I was a fucking beast. I went out clubbing, had some beers, and met quite a few girls and boys to take home. At the time, I'd thought it would have gone on forever, and yet as time slipped through my fingers and I got older, I lost everything that I was. It sounds so grimy that way, but there's really no other way to put it. College got replaced by work. Work required overtime. Clients needed attention. I met Steph and settled down. Then came the bills and the babies and the barbecues. There was no one moment when my life changed from that of a lively frat boy to that of a suburban dad. Sure, I still kept in shape. I tried to act as if I was still in my 20s, but time was not fooled. I could see the gray hairs in my beard. I was a different man. The change was gradual, but when I saw it, I found myself resenting it. I caught myself longing for a time past where I could be unchained, free to party and drink, and fuck to my heart's content. No kids, no wife, no work, no worries. It's not that I hated what I currently had. Far from it. But I wanted what I'd once had as well. The first affair had been with a coworker named Claire. She was 26. She was gorgeous and she knew it. She had the same body Steph had had when she had been that age, and I told myself that is why I'd been attracted to her. That had been a lie, though. It was nothing but sheer lust. It started out with one drunken kiss at the Christmas party. Then we'd gone bar hopping for the rest of the night, and by the time Steph had called to check in on me, my head was buried between her legs. I was ashamed of what I'd done at first, spitting in the face of a 10-year relationship with a woman I'd claimed to love. But it didn't keep me away from her. We'd kept hooking up until she quit a few months later, and the shame stopped bothering me after that. Even though I told myself I'd stop, I didn't. There were countless affairs with countless men and women who'd caught my eye. Some were just one-time hookups. Others were something longer term. Mark was my latest dirty little secret. Despite the fact that he was older than me, you wouldn't have guessed it. He was a cute Asian man with dark round plastic glasses, and a certain enthusiasm to him that really did it for me. I knew he was a married man, although I knew almost nothing about his husband. Steph had met him, of course. She had no idea that I swung both ways, and I preferred to keep it that way. Every so often, Mark and I would go out to play golf. There was an inexpensive hotel downtown we'd usually visit, and we'd spend the day together. No one was any wiser, and I was quite content having a little side piece, to let me feel as if I was still an adventurous, untamed 20-something with no consequences. So I thought, at least. Mark and I had met for golf that day, and as we finished, I admired him laying on the bed as I smoked my cigarette by the window. Mark was looking at me, still basking in the afterglow of what we'd done and smiling. "What are you grinning about?" I asked, half flirtatiously.
Happy.
Was all he said in response. His head nuzzled into the pillow as I took a drag on my smoke and looked through the curtains at the city ahead of us.
Are you busy tonight?
Mark asked, and I looked back over at him. His eyes were closed, but he was clearly still awake. "Not currently, but I can be," I replied. "Did you have something in mind?"
I was going to go clubbing tonight. Thought you might want to come.
I snuffed out my cigarette and approached Mark slowly. "That sounds nice, actually." His eyes opened as I leaned down to kiss him. He ran his fingers through my hair as our lips met.
I'm glad you think so. My husband is holding an event. It's his club, but I won't tell if you won't.
At the mention of his husband, my heart did skip a minor beat. I'd never actually met Mark's husband before, and truthfully, the idea did intimidate me a little. "He won't mind me coming?" I asked.
Not at all.
Mark sat up, smiling knowingly.
He holds events like this every now and then. Besides, don't you think it's time to meet the husband?
There was something in his voice, sultry and knowing. I took it as flirtation, assuming no other possible meaning. Besides, Mark had met my wife. So long as whoever his husband wasn't aware of our little secret, I didn't see any real risks. Besides, through all my affairs, I'd never really been back to a nightclub, and I honestly couldn't see why not. "All right," I said. "Let's go tonight then." Mark's smile widened. That knowing look in his eyes didn't fade, and I had no idea what was in store for me. I let Mark drive us to the club, and the one he pulled up to wasn't one I was familiar with. although it certainly looked fancy. The exterior was outfitted in blue and green neon, with dual wyvern logos on both sides of the door. Above it was a neon blue sign that read, "The Disco Dragon." Mark pulled up on the street as I got out, adjusting my suit. I checked my phone just to make sure Steph hadn't tried to call me or anything. I'd texted her that I'd be out late, but she hadn't responded back. I figured she was already in bed.
What do you think?
Mark asked.
Nice, huh?
Yeah? Your husband owns this place?
Among other things.
He took me by the hand, eagerly leading me to the door.
Come on, you have to meet him.
There was no cover fee. The bouncer recognized Mark and just smiled politely as he waved him in, offering only a quiet,
Welcome back, Mr. Peterson.
The club itself was massive. The floor was glass, although the downstairs was so dark that I couldn't see what was beneath us. There was definitely something there. Through the strobe lights, I could catch glimpses of a room and several shady hallways. Mark kept hold of my hand, guiding me into the throng of dancers, where I was hit by the smell of sweat and alcohol, as he led me towards a spiral staircase leading up to a balcony. I almost resented his urgency. The club looked like the kind of place I wanted to explore, yet I still followed Mark, letting him lead me up the stairs to where 3 men waited. 2 of them were burly figures, dressed in all neat black suits. Clearly they were just security for the 3rd man, who radiated an air of importance to him. He was tall, and wore a crimson blazer with a black shirt underneath. In the hazy neon light, I could see that he had kindly eyes and a warm smile. His hair was neatly combed back in sandy brown. His chin was covered in a light stubble. "Evan Parker," he said softly. There was an accent to his voice that I found difficult to place. Swedish, perhaps. He offered me a hand to shake. "Mark's spoken very highly of you. I'm Bjorn Peterson. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." He had a firm handshake that pulled me in just a little. He greeted Mark with a kiss before his eyes returned to me. "Please sit. Consider yourself a guest. Can I get you a drink?" Yeah. A drink would be nice. A rye and ginger, please." Bjorn nodded at one of the burly security team around him, who left to fetch me my drink as I sat down in one of the cushy chairs on the balcony. From where we were, I could see the Disco Dragon laid out before me. This club was nicer than any I'd been in before. A throng of people danced on the floor below to electronic music. On one wall was a sculpture of a human head. Water trickled out of the eyes like tears into a fountain below, and I could see countless gorgeous women dressed in bikinis dancing in the water. I caught myself checking them out before stopping myself, lest I appear lecherous in front of my generous host. Speaking of my host, clearly Bjorn had money, and I found it a little hard to believe that Mark had been cheating on this guy with me of all people. Looking at Mark and his husband sitting together, they looked happy as they spoke in a low voice that I couldn't hear over the music. Although once they realized that I was looking at them, Bjorn smiled at me. "Have you been a patron of the Disco Dragon before?" he asked. "No, never. Your club is beautiful, though." "Thank you. It's been a passion project of mine for quite some time. We've grown this little club from a niche hole in the wall into something truly special. My associates and I are quite proud of what we have. I personally strive for excellence in every aspect of my life, business, pleasure, and the company I keep." He looked at Mark with a knowing smile. "What about you, Mr. Parker?" "I just get through one day at a time," I replied. From the corner of my eye, I saw the security guard coming back with a tray full of drinks. Martinis for Mark and Bjorn, along with a rye and ginger for myself. "Sometimes that's all we can do," Bjorn said, He toasted me with his glass before taking a sip. Mark did the same. "I'll drink to that," I said softly as I knocked back my drink. He took out his phone, checking a message he'd just received. His smile widened slightly before he looked over at me again. "Why don't you and Mark go down and dance? I would join you, but the event will be starting soon," he said.
Now that's not a bad idea. How about it, handsome?
Mark's voice was half teasing and half sincere. I polished off my drink before standing up. "That sounds great, actually." Mark took me by the hand and led me down the spiral stairs. As soon as we were down, I saw someone else going up. Another man in a dark suit, who glanced at me before he ascended.
Why don't we find ourselves a little corner first?
Mark whispered to me. He kept a tight hold on my hand, leading me through the dancers towards the bar. "Here?" I asked.
Why not? Bjorn's office is empty. He's got a really sturdy desk in there.
This seemed almost like some form of sacrilege that Mark was suggesting, and yet he had my undivided attention. I wasn't going to say no to him. He led me through a small unmarked door beside the bar. The music was more muffled so we could hear each other better, as he led me to a small office off to the side. Bjorn's office was tidier than I had expected an office to be. There was a closed laptop on the desk, and as promised, a sturdy desk on the far side of the room. Mark was kissing me as soon as we were on the other side of the door and pulling me over to that desk. My mind was a haze of blind lust and endorphins. Whatever was going to happen would happen, and I didn't give much of a damn one way or another. As we passed the desk, Mark pressed me up against the wall as I started undoing his pants. He put his hands on my wrist, stopping me before he pulled back ever so slightly. "What's wrong?" I asked.
Sorry, Evan. It's been fun. It really has.
He said, although his voice didn't hold much remorse. I felt the wall behind me vanish, and Mark pushed me backwards. I felt my body tilt as I fell into the unknown, my eyes wide and my mouth frozen in a silent scream. Darkness swallowed me whole.
Hey, wake up.
Someone was shaking me. My world was dark and blurry, but in the low neon light, I could see the face of a man just inches from my own.
Jesus, is he dead?
Someone else asked.
Just leave him,
said a third voice, this one female. My eyes opened. The man in front of my face had dark hair, dark skin, and a messy beard. He looked to be in his mid-20s. What the fuck? Where am I? Where's Mark?
I don't know who that is. Come on, get up.
He pulled me to my feet.
What's your name, man?
Evan, I said softly. Evan Parker.
Well, I wish we were meeting under better circumstances, Evan. Name's Rick Jones.
As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I could make out 4 other figures aside from myself and Rick. 3 men and 1 woman. Rick gave me a quick round of introductions, although I couldn't say I particularly gave a shit about anyone else in that moment. There was Steve, a scrawny little bastard who wore horn-rimmed glasses. He paced recklessly, muttering to himself like a goddamn lunatic. Sitting in one corner was an older businessman named Warren. The one who asked if I was dead was Freddie. He was a young, skeezy-looking bastard who looked as if he was high on something. Then standing on the far side of the room, examining the walls for some sign of a door, was Kara. She was clearly a gym rat who'd probably hit the steroids a little too hard. She almost seemed ready to tear out of her little party dress like the goddamn Hulk. She had bleached blonde hair cut into a shorter soccer mom style. What the fuck? I murmured.
Yeah, that's what I said,
Rick replied.
I've only been down here for an hour or so. Steve here, though, says he's been down here for a couple of days. I'm gonna guess it's your first time at the Disco Dragon, right? Someone took you to the office and pushed you down here?
I paused before nodding. How did you...
That's how we all got down here.
Kara growled, looking over at me.
I came here when this place opened with my boyfriend, and he threw me into this fucking pit.
Her fists were clenched in rage, and I caught a glimpse of a wedding ring on her finger. Steve and Freddie had a girlfriend bring them here. Same with me. Not sure how Warren got down here, but if I had to guess... Warren glanced at us before staying in his corner, continuing to look pensive.
They're planning something,
Steve murmured.
They're going to do something to us. I just fucking know it. I should have trusted my gut. I should have stayed the fuck home. Jesus.
Rick ignored him, although his grim stare told me that he agreed with Steve, even if he didn't want to admit it. I just kept looking around the room, replaying the events that had led me here in my mind, and trying to wrap my head around what was happening. Then I heard Bjorn's voice, booming over an intercom. Ladies, gentlemen, and those of us who've yet to decide, the time is now. We've chosen our contestants, and this year's labyrinth is bigger and better than ever. So now I welcome you to the Disco Dragon's annual obstacle course. Please, if you have not already placed your bets, now is the time to place them at the bar. And without any further ado, let's introduce this year's contestants. A wall on the far side of the room disappeared. It was part of the corner Warren had been sitting in, and with no more corner, the poor man collapsed backwards. I would have found it funny if I wasn't so outright afraid. Ah, and here is our first new contestant. Welcome, Detective Andrew Warren. You may remember Detective Warren as the man who's been trying to ruin our little game. Thankfully, I have friends in very high places who have arranged for his candidacy in this year's festivities. Give the good detective a round of applause. I could hear people clapping and cheering, and looking up at the ceiling, my heart skipped a beat as I saw the club above us. I remembered the glass floor from upstairs, and my stomach churned as I realized it had been looking down onto this. Ah, and there is our next contestant, handpicked by my lovely husband himself. Welcome, Evan Parker, a businessman with a family he left behind to philander and club. What a naughty boy. Bjorn chuckled coldly before he introduced the rest of the contestants. Rick Jones, Kara Armstrong, Freddie Lawrence, and Steve Balkin. He gave a little summary on all of them, but honestly, I was barely paying attention. Through the glass, I could see Bjorn looking down on us, with Mark at his side, grinning widely from ear to ear as his eyes met mine.
What the actual fuck is this?
Freddie snapped up at the ceiling.
Let us go. Now. I swear to God, my guys will come looking for you. You hear me?
Idle threats will get you nowhere, my friend, Bjorn warned. You wouldn't want me to suspend your precious prize, would you? Speaking of which, while our lovely audience knows what we are playing for, our wonderful contestants do not. You see, my friends, to offer you an incentive to play our little game, I've arranged for the captivity of those you hold dearest to your heart. Spouses, children, lovers, parents. A TV screen came to life and showed a camera panning across a line of bound figures. Most of them I didn't recognize, but from the silence around me, I knew that the other contestants did. It wasn't until I saw Steph's face, wet with fresh tears, that I felt my knees go weak. They had her. Jesus Christ, I saw my two boys beside her, bound, gagged, and terrified, just as she was. No, I said under my breath, still caught in my own disbelief. The screen went dark just a moment later as Bjorn continued to speak. Simply put, your job is to solve our little labyrinth. Make it through to the other side, and your loved ones will be let go, fail, and they will be disposed of. His generally friendly tone held a darker inflection that sent a shiver down my spine. The clock is ticking, my friends. To the audience, I'll ask you to place your bets. To the contestants, good luck. A heavy silence settled over those of us unlucky enough to be caught in this hellish game. Looking at the others, I saw that Rick had a blank, shell-shocked expression on his face. Kara's brow was furrowed in frustration that masked fear, while Warren just stared hatefully up at the audience above us.
We need to just fucking go.
Freddy murmured.
We need to get out of this fucking place.
His head was darting from side to side. I'd seen a woman who'd looked a lot like him, albeit older, on the screen before. Probably his mother. I knew what he had to lose.
Let's just go then,
Rick said. His voice was shaking. Looking ahead, there were 3 different hallways lit with neon blue available to us, and he started down the middle one.
Wait,
Warren cried before Rick could get too far. He'd almost ventured down one of the halls before Warren had grabbed his shoulder. He'd done so just in time. Jets of flames erupted from the walls of the hallway that Rick had almost gone down, and only barely missed him.
Jesus,
Rick cried as he stumbled backwards.
This place is a death trap,
Warren warned.
That's what they do. They make people run their sick little gauntlet for kicks. We need to play it very, very safe right now. Are you shitting me?
Freddy snapped.
Fuck this. Fuck this, man. I'm out.
He backed towards another hall, and Warren fixed him in a piercing gaze.
Don't move. No, I didn't sign up for this shit, man. I'm getting out of here.
Perhaps it was simple Darwinism at that point. If he'd been smart, Freddy wouldn't have moved. Instead, he tried to run down the hallway to the right. Wait, I called, as I ran up behind him, but I was too slow. Freddy was already staring at the dead end ahead of him, offering a disappointing anticlimax to his great escape. There was something waiting at the end of that dead end, though. At a glance, I didn't recognize it at first. It wasn't until it launched something at Freddy that I put the pieces together. The projectile struck Freddy in the chest before exploding. The blast knocked me off my feet and left nothing but splashes of chunky meat and scattered limbs where the man had stood moments ago. Wow, what terrible luck, Bjorn called from the intercom, although I could barely hear him through the ringing in my ears. It seems Freddy has run foul of a grenade launcher, and so early too. What a shame. I stared wide-eyed at the chunky mess that had once been a human being, my heart racing in my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I couldn't focus. It took me a few moments to realize that the audience above us had been laughing. A man had been murdered, and they thought it was funny. I'd never seen anyone die before, and a sudden grenade seemed so, well, sudden. One moment you existed. The next, you didn't. Had Freddy even known what had killed him?
Parker, get up.
The feel of Warren's hand on my shoulder snapped me back to reality, and I let him pull me up and bring me back to the others, although my mind was elsewhere.
Let's just keep going,
he said. I could see a look of pure disgust on Kara's face. Steve looked pale and ready to pass out.
1 hall left,
Warren said.
Any volunteers?
I'll go, Rick said softly. He closed his eyes, then exhaled. He didn't want to go, I knew that much. He also didn't seem to have much of a choice. I leaned on Warren for support as Rick slowly started down the hall. No sudden trap sprung out of nowhere to kill him. Rick looked back at us, silently giving us the all clear to proceed. I went next, followed by Warren, Kara, and Steve. We moved slowly, making each step deliberate. At every crossroads, we chose our path carefully. Taking things slow and steady seemed to be the right move. I saw more dead ends with guns, grenade launchers, or other more obvious traps, and I almost got to thinking that maybe, if we were smart, we might just be alright.
This one,
Warren had said. We'd reached a crossroads, and he gestured to a hall that seemed to go on for a while. There were no obvious traps in place, and no one was dumb enough to question him. He went first, of course, with the rest of us in tow behind him. When I felt the ground shifting beneath my feet, though, I felt a familiar, uneasy feeling in my stomach return.
the floor's opening.
Rick cried, and he was exactly right. Sections of the floor were being pulled into the walls, leaving only a few small freestanding platforms for us to safely stand on.
Find a safe spot.
Warren ordered, and I could see Kara and Rick had already done so. Steve seemed to be trying to do the same. Trying. I could see him losing his balance, and I knew that he was going to fall.
Parker, don't move.
Warren snapped, but I didn't care. Using the last bits of the floor before it vanished completely, I leapt over to Steve's platform. He was already falling backwards, but I grabbed him by the arm. In the pit beneath us, I could see dark, writhing shapes. It took me a moment to realize that they were snakes. Steve screamed at the sight of them, and over the intercom I could hear Bjorn laughing. "A stellar save from Evan," he said. "What camaraderie! Will this be the first time we see multiple winners?" "I've got you," I said to Steve, as I pulled him back up onto the platform we were on. Up ahead, I could see Warren leaping to another platform just ahead of him. He looked back at us, as if confirming we were okay before gesturing for us to follow.
Come on,
he called. "Can you make the jump?" I asked Steve. He hesitated before slowly nodding. The platforms weren't spaced that far apart. It shouldn't have been hard, even for him. I let him make the jump and watched as he landed safely on the next platform, then the next one before I followed him. My heart was racing, but we were still alive. We just needed to keep that up. As the last of us reached the end of the pit of snakes, we found ourselves in a large round room. There were 3 closed doors and a small panel with 3 corresponding buttons. "Mark and I have been quite excited about this little update to our festivities," Bjorn said. "The rules here are simple. 1 door is an exit. 1 will grant you an advantage, and the last one has a live tiger behind it, who will eat you if you let him out. Open whichever door you see fit. Good luck." Warren looked up through the glass ceiling, at the faces eagerly looking down at us. Mark had come down to join them, and playfully waved at me when I looked at him.
So, which door has the tiger?
Kara asked quietly. She studied all 3, as if she expected it to be obvious.
Let's just hit all 3 and run,
Rick said.
We can ditch the tiger, right? Maybe there's some trap up ahead that can finish him off. No,
Warren said.
That's too much of a risk. Let's just stop and think here.
He studied the doors before looking at the panel. At a glance, each button should have opened the corresponding door. But given our situation, I couldn't imagine that was fully accurate.
Just hit them all and run,
Steve said, and Warren looked over at him.
Can you just wait a minute? All right?
They have my fucking daughter,
Steve snapped.
We don't have a goddamn minute.
You think you're the only one here with something to lose?
Anger had crept into Warren's voice.
Look, I understand you're scared, but panic will not get us through this. But if we keep taking it slow, if we plan our moves, maybe we can...
Something scratched at the middle door, and I heard an eager snarl from behind it. I guess that told us where the tiger was.
Great, can we just go?
Steve snapped.
We don't open the middle door. That means it has to be either the left or right. So let's just...
Wait!
Warren cried, but Steve had already hit the button that should have opened the right side door. Instead, the middle door opened. Warren didn't have time to react before about 400 pounds of starving tiger was on top of him. He screamed, but only for a moment before its fangs tore open his throat. Kara shrank back, while Rick rushed towards Warren in a desperate bid to save him. Steve remained immobilized in front of the buttons, too scared to move or react. He didn't say a word as I threw him out of the way and hit the other two buttons. Both doors opened, one revealing an exit, and the other one revealing a pedestal with a handgun on it. Rick cried out in pain as the tiger turned on him. It batted at him, raking its claws across his face and tearing open the flesh as it let out a furious snarl. I ran for the gun, snatching it off its pedestal and taking aim at the tiger in front of us. Beneath it, I could see that Warren was already dead. Rick was still moving, though. He might have still had a chance. The tiger's golden eyes fixated on me before I fired the gun straight into its head. The animal recoiled, frightened by the noise and the pain, but I didn't stop shooting. Even as it pulled away from Warren's body, I emptied the clip into it, piercing its hide and watching as the tiger drunkenly swayed. It growled at me through the pain. Blood dripped from its fur, and as the gun clicked, its ammo spent, I felt a growing dread that what I'd done wasn't enough. The tiger's legs trembled beneath it, but it didn't come for me. Instead, it just collapsed onto its side, exhaling blood as it did. Its chest rose and fell a few final times before it went still. Silence filled the room, but it didn't last long. I ran for Rick's prone form on the ground, rolling him onto his back to see the damage. I'd known the man for less than an hour, but he'd been the closest thing to a friend I'd made since I ended up in this bleak fucking situation. Rick sucked in a rasping breath. His cheek had been torn open, exposing bloody teeth. There was a deep gash in his throat, and looking at it made me want to vomit. Still, I did everything I could for him. "I got you, buddy," I murmured. I took off my suit jacket and tried to use the sleeve to stop the bleeding. No luck. Rick was bleeding out, and fast. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't save him. No, I murmured under my breath as I felt Rick slipping away. His body went still, and just like that, the number of corpses and survivors in the room became equal. The silence should have returned, mournful and heavy, but above us I could hear the cheers of the audience and Bjorn's upbeat announcement. "What a thrill! A spectacular fight with our late beloved tiger, and a poor final stand for Detective Warren. Oh well, did we catch that on video? Can we replay the highlights, please?" With my teeth gritted, I looked up at the audience. Mark was still amongst them, but he wasn't paying me any mind now. My attention turned to Steve next. "He told you to wait," I growled.
I'm sorry. I didn't...
"He told you to wait." I grabbed Steve by the shirt, ready to beat the living shit out of the man. "What part of wait did you not fucking understand?" Steve didn't respond. Crocodile tears streamed down his cheeks, and Kara stood beside us, silent and grim.
We should go,
she said softly.
Since Steve didn't want to wait, he can lead the way.
Steve looked at her, wide-eyed and stammering to protest. Kara didn't want to hear it. She grabbed him away from me and pushed him toward the door.
You were eager enough to go get 2 men killed, so go,
she growled. Steve looked at her, frozen in fear, before he closed his eyes and began his advance, with Kara right behind him. I looked down at Ricky's body, then at Warren's before I followed. This game hadn't even lasted half an hour, and I was already more exhausted than I'd ever been in my life. Steve stammered his way through, leading us through the maze, although we went a few good minutes without hitting any traps.
Left.
He murmured at a fork in the road, and Kara pushed him forwards. He made it about 3 steps before several dark pulls shot out of the wall. They slammed Steve's corpse against the opposite end of the hallway, impaling him in several places, but not quite killing him. The suddenness of his death made me recoil a step, but Kara stood calmly, watching as Steve died.
I guess we're going right.
She said tonelessly. I could hear Steve's shuddering final breaths as the spikes that had wounded him retreated back into the wall. They brought him with them until they retreated fully into their sheaths, scraping Steve's body off of them like rubbish. He collapsed into the hallway, a pool of his own blood and piss growing around him as his eyes fixated on me. I turned away. I didn't hate him. I didn't know him enough to hate him, but I couldn't bring myself to care either. At the end of the right-hand hall was a square room. The door behind us closed once I joined Kara inside. There was clearly another door waiting for us, but it was obviously closed. "You're nearing the end of our little challenge," Bjorn said from the intercom. "Now it's time for our final major event. Only one person can proceed from this point on. The other will not survive. Kara Armstrong and Evan Parker, it's time to decide which one of you will leave this room alive. Perhaps one of you will opt for a noble sacrifice, a chance to redeem yourself for your sins. Or perhaps you'd prefer a more entertaining method of choosing. I'll offer one little incentive. If one of you dies in combat, I'll set your spouse free. How's that? It's something to think about, isn't it?" Kara stared up at the glass ceiling, hanging onto Bjorn's every word. I saw her muscles tense. She looked over at me. I knew what was coming the moment before it actually came. With one sweep of her hand, she sent me to the ground. I felt her grabbing me by the shirt and driving a massive fist into my face. Above us, the audience cheered. Kara hadn't said a word. She really didn't need to. We both knew the stakes, and fear can be a powerful motivator. At the end of the day, we were strangers, and people we swore we loved were on the line. I understood. My ears were ringing again as Kara hit me. I felt her hands around my throat, starting to squeeze the life out of me. The look on her face wasn't one of anger or fury. There was a visceral fear there. She knew exactly what she was doing, and yet she dreaded it.
Sorry.
I heard her say, but I had something on the line too. I grabbed her by the head and drove my thumbs into her eyes. Kara let out a pained scream. Her hands left my throat as she tried to pull my hands away from her face, but the damage was done. Blood gushed out of her empty eye sockets in the moment before she pushed me away. She stumbled across the room, panting heavily and covering her face. I stood up, weakly. I didn't want to kill this woman, but I knew that I had to. And in that moment, that was all the motivation I needed. Desperation does funny things to a person. I approached Kara and grabbed her by the hair, forcing her to the ground. She tried to push me off of her, but I punished her with a punch to the stomach. In terms of raw power, she had me beat, but I was smarter than she was. When she was doubled over, I got behind her. I climbed onto her back, wrapping my arms around her neck and beginning to squeeze. Kara struggled, trying to loosen my grip on her, but I wrapped my legs around her torso, keeping a firm grip on her as I choked her. She threw herself backwards, landing on her back and crushing me, forcing me to release my grip. In an instant, Kara was back on her feet. Her fist rocketed down toward my face, catching me in the jaw and slamming the back of my head against the floor. She went in for another blind, furious punch, just as I desperately kicked at her knee. I heard a bone break, and I heard Kara yelp in pain. Again I grabbed her, forcing her to the ground and getting on her back to keep choking her. Like animals, we writhed as we fought. Kara reached behind her. Her nails raked my scalp in some desperate attempt to hurt me, as my arms tightened around her throat, squeezing the life out of her. Kara kicked. She thrashed and squirmed. Growls of fury turned into desperate whimpers as she realized she was losing. Just like me, she was scared, and I understood. Tears streamed from my eyes as I murdered her. And as I felt her struggles ceasing and her body shutting down, I felt no triumph. All I felt was a hollow emptiness as I debated whether or not it would be better to let Kara go and let her kill me, or to live with what I'd done. Maybe if I'd been a better man, I would have done that. Yet in the end, I remained selfish. I didn't let go until Kara stopped moving. She lay on top of me, her struggles growing weaker. Her dress was rumpled, and she'd lost her shoes in the fight. She was gone, and I was the last man standing. The cheer of the assembled crowd didn't make me feel any better about what I'd done. It didn't take away the hollow dread. As I stood up, dizzy, covered in sweat and blood, I just wanted to leave. I could hear machinery grinding around me, and saw the walls had started to close in. This bothered me less than it should have. Swaying drunkenly, I approached the door on the far end of the room. A panel in the wall had opened beside it, revealing a button. I reached out to press it before I heard Bjorn's voice again.
Outstanding. Truly outstanding. We are down to our finalist, Evan Parker. Ah, my Mark always had such a wonderful eye for contenders. I'll make this quick, Mr. Parker, as the walls are quite literally closing in on you. If you press that button, you will progress to our final room and have your shot at victory. However, victory comes at a cost. Press that button, and I will release one of your children into this little gauntlet here.
My hand paused over the button. My heart raced. The walls were pushing Kara's corpse along the floor. If I pushed that button, it would be the same as sacrificing one of my kids to death, right? Yet I still wanted to press it. I wanted to be free of this nightmare.
The clock is ticking, Mr. Parker. What will you choose?
I remained frozen, unable to act. Killing Kara was one thing. She was a stranger, but damning one of my own kids? The walls were getting closer to me, bound to crush me if I didn't press the button, and I realized that it was me or one of my children. The maze was safer, right? I'd killed the tiger. The traps hadn't been that hard to avoid. My kids were smart. They could do it. Steph would understand, right? I closed my eyes. I pressed the button, and the door in front of me opened. I ran through it, trying not to think on what I'd done, yet it was hard not to. The room I found myself in was little more than a narrow hallway. A door with exit written in neon above it was on one side, and a small pit of metal spikes was on the other. I approached the door slowly before grasping the doorknob. Just a slight movement had been enough to force it open. A torrent of water flooded out towards the pit of spikes, nearly taking me with it. I clung to the door, though, holding steadfast as the water drained. The final trap had gone off, and I'd survived. After everything the Disco Dragon had thrown at me, I was still alive.
And he's done it,
Bjorn called over the intercom.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner, Mr. Parker. You have done a spectacular job. Now come to the next room. Your prize awaits.
The room beyond was still dripping with water, and above me, I could see a shimmering pool and the blurry outline of the fountain. The door closed behind me as I stepped inside, and a TV screen came to life. "You've done a wonderful job surviving, Mr. Parker, but now our time is at an end. As you can see, your wife and one of your children will be spared going into the labyrinth for our encore tomorrow night." As he spoke, I saw the bound figures on the screen again, loved ones of those who had died in the labyrinth. I watched as men in suits dragged them off screen, along with one of my sons, my youngest. Steph and my oldest were not taken, though. As another man entered the room, I thought for a moment that he might set them free. Instead, all I could do was watch as he produced a gun and pressed it to the back of Steph's head. "No!" I cried, but it was too late. One shot, and she was gone. As the man moved to stand behind my son next, I couldn't watch. All I could do was scream impotently as tears filled my eyes. All this, everything I'd gone through, everything I'd suffered, it was all for nothing. Steph was dead. One of my children was dead. And I'd condemned the other to die. All in the name of my own survival. As water began to flood the room, I barely noticed.
You played a good game.
I heard Mark say over the intercom.
I'm glad I picked you, Evan. Like I said, you were a lot of fun while you lasted.
Sinking to my knees in the rising water, all I could do was weep. As I heard Bjorn begin to take bets on how much longer I'd live, all I could do was wonder if things would have turned out better if I'd been faithful. If I hadn't ignored the good things I had in my life in pursuit of my youth. I suppose it was too late to know, though. There's no undoing what's been done.
Ja, snäma, Bergsbus, Rish. That was a long motherfucker. That was a long motherfucker.